What if everything you've ever learned about the universe was missing one word? The universe is not a machine. It is not simply matter. It is music. Every song begins with one note. So does creation. The composer's baton is hydrogen. When the first note began vibrating, light was born. The elements are not simply chemicals. They are the notes from which every song is written. A composer never needs infinite notes. He creates infinite songs from a finite orchestra. When hydrogen and oxygen began performing in concert, the first concert hall was born. Before there were hearts, there was water. Before there were brains, there was water. Every future song would rehearse inside the hydrome. Magnetism does not play the music. It keeps the orchestra together. The chest is not merely protection. It is the grand human beatbox. The baby rhythm begins deep within the brain. The grand rhythm fills the lungs and heart. The entire human composition becomes a living instrument. The genome is not life. It is the score. The phenome is the opera. Opera is living music. It gives flesh to ideas and matter to composition. Every performer has an audience. Every audience becomes another performer. This is the information sphere. This is the inspiratum. The universe is built from nested audiences. DNA is not the music. It is the record. The cell reads the grooves. The body performs the album. An album was once a public announcement. Your life is still one. Every beat writes another track. Every day becomes another session. Every season becomes another album. Every lifetime becomes another record. The catalog grows forever. Relationship is two or more performers acting in concert. Health is biological concert. Healing is restoring concert. Life is universal concert. People have spent centuries asking what the universe is made of. The composer asks a different question. What song is it singing? Life is not made of matter. Matter is organized into music.
Both on the script.
Huh?
I said we both on the script.
We definitely did. Because I wasn't expecting you to stop right there. Oh, okay, here we go. We got the first birth minister in the building. Shout out to the first birth minister. Yeah, man. Got this work. Yeah. Now, check this out. Check this out. Who remembers this? Who remembers this? See, y'all thought that all these books, like y'all just that we just putting out books for no. Everything is very methodical. It's methodical. Listen, it's not just the classic. It's not just the classic. It's the parent. This is a one continuous long writing. Like, I like to say that I wrote 100 books. I wrote 200 books, but really, to be honest, this is one really long book. All these is like chapters. You know what I'm saying? This is like one really long book, and these are all like chapters. So if you go into this book and you go to page 453, right? Anywhere in that pocket. Let me see what chapter that is. What chapter is that? All right, we talking about doing the work, right? Doing the work, right? That is chapter, I believe it's chapter 9 or chapter 10 on a straight count. In that chapter right there, no, actually a little bit before that, in the previous chapter, we begin the conversation. And in that conversation is where we actually start to develop the 27 ohms that eventually becomes the spirit code. In fact, if you go to page 420, 421, like you would start to see it taking shape. Then by the time we get to page 450, okay, we got the fascia, the Faraday cage, right in this pocket right here. What is this, page 452? This is where we, page 453, like I said, yeah, this is where we start to talk about the ohm symbol. This is where we start to talk about the ohm symbol. So it's really one long, like excruciatingly long book. All right. I need. Give me 1 second.
Travis made darkness feel cinematic. Drake made pain sound smooth and attractive. Post made loneliness melodic and passive. Uzi made sadness feel floating in magic. Big songs don't hit cause they lyrical only. They hit cause the brain get lonely. Simple hooks loop to the nervous system, know it. Ghosted the body singing for the mouth notice. That's dopamine science, electrical timing. Prediction and reward, the whole brain chiming. Every replay deep in pathways inside them. Now the song becomes your identity wiring. Travis made darkness feel cinematic. Drake made pain sound smooth and attractive. Post made loneliness melodic and passive. Uzi made sadness feel floating in magic. The greatest hooks are fun drivers. They compressed emotions down to one-liners. The body love patterns and repeated fixtures. That's why crowds scream songs back like scriptures. DJ, electric grills. My favorite song give me chills. In my skin, it mean I'm lit. For the song, it mean a hit. Also, I'm noticing God made dopamine. So I'm high, cause I'm focusing. Music is God and the go between the sentences.
All right. So there's a few things, right? There's a few things. Divine mathematics, right? The American Healer Files, the algorithm book. These books are very, very key to understanding where we at, especially the trigonometry book, right? Especially the trigonometry book, because in the trigonometry book, we really start to having this conversation about geometry and proportion and what they had going on in Kemet and what they didn't have going on in Kemet. We start talking about the early Masons, the relationship to biology, biochemistry. I even start giving you certain ideas and concepts visually to try to stimulate something. Like when you see the cover of the book, you see the shin. This is the shin, right? The shin is a Kemetic symbol, right? But that was taken by the Greeks and turned into the omega, right? Or the Om symbol. This is the Om symbol taken by the Greeks from Kemet. This is originally the shin, which later becomes the Om symbol. But if you pay attention to the geometry, which is basically like a circular shape attached to a line, right? What do you get in this, right? You get both forms of time put together. The Shin gives you both systems of time put together. In Kemet, they developed two calendars, right? A circular time and a linear time. A circular time and a linear time. And in the middle of the Shin, they put the family names, right? Because they're moving through time in perpetuity, right? So you circle them in time in perpetuity and bind the circular time to linear time together and put your bloodline in it, right? But I'm also showing you that same geometry, when you look on page 28, right? That's what's used to find the tangent of a circle, right? Which is the basic part of when you start to getting into trigonometry, right? So, but I'm showing you it in a way that you could just see it and start to develop ideas and thoughts for yourself. What book you just gave away? You gave this away? You better go back to your brother's house and get this. Go back to his house and pick this back up. Don't you dare give away your trigonometry book. Don't you dare do it. Right? Don't you dare do it. So now we still cooking though. We still cooking, right? And obviously we had to give honorable mention in this book. You know, we had to give honorable mention in this book to everything, right? So let's quickly just go. If you have this book, open this book up. We can't even really properly begin our discussion on the new book. On the new book without going back to this book. So we got to go back to this book for a reason. And actually, I have some of this stuff in even older books. Because I've been going through this for a long time, because a lot of you guys, when you look at a lot of these Kemetic scholars like Jabari and some of these other guys, you don't understand that they have different loyalties and they're not really teaching you Kemetic science. It's something else. They're teaching you what they learned in the Greek fraternities as opposed to Kemetic science. So I got to show you this so you can really understand this and grab a hold to it. Paul said, I ain't giving no books away. Period. Them books for my babies. Listen, this is what I will do. I will get me 2 books and give you a book. I'm not giving you my book. Yeah, I'll buy you a book. I'll go half with you on the book. Nah, back in the days, I gave away mad books. I can't lie. And in certain situations, you know what I'm saying, I'll still buy somebody a book. Like I said, I'm not giving you my copy though. I learned from that. I'm not giving you my copy and not loaning you my joint either, because them books do not come back, or they will come back violated. Like your book be adulterated. You know what I'm saying? The cover is folded, the pages, you missing like a few pages out the book and all that. Like, nah, bro. You ain't put the proper reverence on my book. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe in that. Like, and maybe that's a little superstitious on my behalf because of how I view books. Right? Let me see if I can get away with less light. I think I can get away with a little bit less light. Yeah, but let me see if I can get away. No, can't get away with that much light. Oh, this is decent. Yeah, this is decent. We can get away with this. That's a little bit less. Listen, let me explain something to you. It's much bigger than that. It's much bigger than that. And shout out to you, but it's much bigger than this. This right here, we've listened to 100 quote unquote Kemetic scholars or Black historians or Black militants or Black nationalists or whatever the case have made that argument 1,000 times. This is something totally different. This is not that. Right? What I'm saying, and I'll type it in the chat just so I could put it on the screen, is what I'm saying is they made our spiritual science into modern science. That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. They made our spiritual science into modern science. See, this is where I done had to chase these guys around. I done had to chase Sarnetta team around. Like you ever see a video where somebody get to talking crazy and then somebody get ready to punch on them, and so they start like chasing them around and around a car or something, or like they chasing them around the lunch table, kids, you know what I'm saying? One of them want to fight, but the other one don't want to fight, you know what I'm saying? I done chased these guys around on this subject. You know, they got an African guy, his name is Sekou. He's supposed to be a collegiate level, you know, he's supposed to be a graduate from somewhere, and he's an African, and he teaches and so he teaches that there's never been any modern science from the ancient world. Some old crazy stuff they've been teaching. Some old crazy stuff they've been teaching. But yeah, if you have this book, open this book up, and let's just revisit this quick page. It's important. Right? If we go to all right, on page 110, we're talking about quotient, the Q symbol, blah, 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 blah. We talk about cannabis being mentioned in the medical text from Kemet, blah, blah, blah. All right, no, if you go to page 112, 112, we sing, and went you, she already adamant. So page 112, current understanding of ancient Egyptian mathematics is impeded by the paucity of available sources. The sources do exist, including the following texts, which are generally dated to the Middle Kingdom and Second Intermediate period, right? And we list them. And it's important for us to just name these and say them out loud, right? The Moscow papyrus, the Egyptian mathematical leather roll, the Lahun mathematical papyri, the Berlin papyri or papyrus, the Akhmim wooden tablet, the Reisner papyrus, dated back to the early 12th dynasty, the Rhine mathematical papyrus from the second intermediate period, but its author, Ahmes, identifies it as a copy of a lost Middle Kingdom papyri. From the New Kingdom, there's a handful of mathematical texts and inscriptions related to computations. The Papyrus of Anastasia, right? A literal text written like a letter from a scribe named Hori, like Horus, Heru, addressed to a scribe named as Amenemope. A segment of the letter describes several mathematical problems, right? The Astrakhan Senmut, written in hieratic. The Astrakhan Turin, also written in hieratic. The Astraka from Deir el Medina contain computations. Astrakhan IFAO 1206. For instance, sure, that's the exact the exact equation or problem. It shows the calculation for volumes, right? Now, volumes becomes an important thing, right? Because in order to steal the intellectual property, it's important to reduce. Like, this is a pattern that we see in the Western world. People reduce your value. They reduce your character. Like we saw what they did to Michael Jackson before they gave him the needle. Like they'll break your character down, make people think a certain type of way about you, then off you or make you lose your career or your money or whatever the case may be. And the people will believe what they see based on the damage to the character. And so they've done that with intellectual property for a very long time. They will reduce the value of the intellectual property from a specific source, and then that way people don't pursue any questions related to that. People don't, like, you'll have people say, when I tell them that quantum mechanics, for instance, right? Today's quantum mechanics comes from the Rhine papyrus. I stand on that, right? I stand on that. When I tell that to people, a lot of people immediately get offended. You see their face change. You see their complexion change. Like, you can see blood rushing to them. You can see their countenance, their voice changes. And they will fight you tooth and nail. I mean, they will go at it. And I've had long arguments with people, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. And partially my ignorance, or maybe my overestimation of what is general knowledge, right? So I'll have a long argument with somebody about whether quantum mechanics comes from the Rhine papyrus or not, only to come to the end of this argument. I got to shout out my guy, Architect, because he like simplifies the art of arguing. And one of the things he told me, and it's crucial to do, is he was like, you know what? You always have to make sure that you and the person you're arguing with or debating with, y'all agree on basics and terms and terminology. Because you could be having an argument with somebody and y'all could be missing each other because the intention of what you're trying to communicate totally different. Or, just some of the basics. So I've had long arguments with folks, get to the end of the argument, realize this person doesn't really know what quantum mechanics is about or its origin. Or this person is arguing that quantum mechanics doesn't come from the rhyme papyrus, but they don't know what's in the rhyme papyrus. They've never even looked at it. They've never even read it. They don't have one example that could prove that they know what it is or what, right? It's just, you know, that quantum mechanics and the development of quantum mechanics is a jewel in the crown of the Western world's contribution, so to, quote unquote, to society. So to take that away by, you know, by tracing it back to the rhyme papyrus for some people is just so offensive and so crazy and outlandish. You know, they just respond before thinking or before reading or before trying to even evaluate whether there's any substance to what you're saying. Then you have some people who, you know, like we see these Chud the Builder type characters. You know, Chud the Builder is an extreme version of what a lot of people think about Black people from, you know, reality TV and gangster TV. Like, if you start to put together some of these shows like Baddies, right? These are supposed to be reality shows. Like, so you're looking at some of these reality shows, right? If you combine the reality shows with the streaming world, right? Like the Kai Cenats and those people, and you add that to the Baddies, and then you take like, you know, like Power and Menace to Society, and you put all that together, you know what I'm saying? All you got to do is sprinkle a little bit of Tyler Perry on there. And it really does become impossible to think that that group of people is responsible for quantum mechanics. Listen, these are just the facts, right? This is why it's important that algorithms are designed in a way to hide what we're doing, right? Because this right here, just us having this discussion, right? We got, you know, we back to our regularly scheduled numbers, right? So we got 15, 20 people in here. Just to show that 20 people are even interested at, you know, 11, 12 o'clock in the morning or in the afternoon and having this type of discussion, it disrupts what the algorithm is producing for the world to consume. What the algorithm is producing for the world to consume is buffoonery at the highest level, right? That's why I feel like somebody has to stick up for Adrian Bronner in a sense where, you know, his health, his legacy, his livelihood is being taken and he's being paid. He's being remunerated to some degree. People would argue if it's worth it or not. I've been on both sides of the fence where it definitely is super worth it because you're a man with 10 kids. And what you're witnessing on one level is a man with 10 kids that's willing to give his life to feed them babies. I'll do anything to feed my babies, right? So I get that part. But then on the other side, it's like, you know what I'm saying? So I understand both sides of the argument. But I also understand the bigger picture, right? And so when you devalue the intellectual prowess of an entire people and put it on autopilot, right? You can't help but produce Chud the Builders. Chud's not the only one. John Q. Public walking around has some of these ideas. White people, right? But even worse, Black people. There are more Chud the Builders in the Black community than there are in the white community. Because honestly, white folks are not really thinking about you that much as you think. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not walking around like, oh yeah, today I'm going to like, but the idea is pervasive. When you come into this world, you look around and you see what your culture is and you emulate the culture. And so a lot of people, they throw that term around. Like you hear rappers talking about the culture and I'm a part of the culture. And Jay-Z is like, yeah, I'm the leader of the culture. And what culture, bro? The culture that they're speaking of is degeneracy, right? Criminality, degeneracy, right? The culture of moving kilos and the women selling their body and whoop, whoop, whoop. You know, that's the culture. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's exported to the world. So the reason why I'm on my soapbox, you know, for 5 minutes is because that contributes to the idea that all things worthwhile come from Greece. All things worthwhile come from, you know, Germany, right? They kind of skip over Rome, right? They kind of skip over Rome. Rome is like indefensible, you know what I'm saying? But the Romans are the Germans. The Germans are the, you know, the babies of the Romans, right? So they trace everything worthwhile back there, and then it's a full stop. It's a full stop. So somebody has to come along and restore that, because here's the problem. You can't understand the Bible if you don't understand these mathematical papyri. That's number one. Number two, if you're a Muslim, you're definitely confused. I see a lot of people around the world on the internet. Everybody wants to attack Christians. And it's crazy. But the Muslims, they have no idea what's going on. No idea. No idea. They think that an illiterate man in a cave came up with a geometrically precise, mathematically precise document while being innumerate and illiterate. Like, that's insane. But when you go through the Quran tells you, it literally tells you what it's about and where it came from. That's why everything is about measurement. Everything is about measurement, because these documents are based on the mathematical papyri, right? This is kind of where China has based its, you know, like book of changes, which is kind of like the Chinese Bible in a sense, but it's a math book. When you look at the Bible, the Hebrew converts directly to number. Every word is a number. Every word is a number. Every letter is a number. It's a math book. When you look at Kemet's most outstanding, you know, pyramids, it's a book in stone. It's three-dimensional, you know, math. It's a song. It's music. It's a statue. It's a written song in a statue. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's right. So the math becomes the central focus, but nobody really goes through this stuff. Nobody goes through this stuff. And this is why, you know, well, one of the reasons why we're having the conversation, but also, man, where is book number 1? That's crazy. I can't find book number 1. Oh, is that it right there? Yeah. So in this book, we talk a lot about RFK, right? We talk a lot about RFK, and people attack me for supporting RFK, and I'm still 10 toes down. And I told everybody, if RFK was a black guy, we would be dancing in the streets. If RFK was Dr. Sebi, and Dr. Sebi had the political pull to flip the food pyramid upside down and be like, yeah, we getting rid of sugar from the top of the pyramid, and we putting fruits and veggies, and we gonna flip this all the way upside down. Even if Dr. Sebi said we're gonna put clean meat on here or whatever, nobody would care. They would be celebrating so hard that Dr. Sebi was able to flip the food pyramid. Like, they would just be celebrating, right? But me, I can see in the abstract. I can see in the abstract, right? So I can look at a food movement beginning with a pyramid and go, Are we starting a food movement by rebuilding a pyramid? Okay, we cooking. Now, because it happens to be a white guy, I don't have the skin color thing. I don't have the race thing in my mind that makes me go, oh, but hold on. There's a white guy doing it, so discredit. Like my mind don't function like that. I'm just looking at what it is in the abstract. A food movement beginning with redesigning a pyramid. I'm like, okay, now we cooking. We cooking. I don't care what nobody say. We cooking. Period. Right? But then, like, sometimes you have a hunch, right? An idea, intuition, mind you, about something, but you need confirmation to make sure that you're not tripping, you're not stretching, you're not reaching too far, right? Because you could be, especially if you partial to something. If you're partial to something, you could be reaching, right? So when he comes with the BRI, that's when I knew I wasn't tripping. I'm just, as usual, I'm in EnQi vision. I'm not tripping. I'm not tripping. Oh, nice and clean. There we go. Shout out to Helmy. Shout out to Helmy, who is still our #1 supporter. And I need it more than ever. Right? But he comes with this. Put this nice and big. He comes with this, right? And this is this is the solution presented for metabolic disease. And I am ecstatic. I'm bugging on my page. I'm like, what? RFK? I'm showing the clips of RFK arguing with Congress and all that. Y'all remember y'all was watching, right? This ain't that long ago. And people was like, oh, EnQi, you bugging, bro. And I'm like, y'all don't see what y'all don't see what we did. So I'm like, okay, we got to get to work. We got to get to work. We got to first establish what real food is, because the movement is about real food, right? And so there's confusion on the quantum nature of food. And so we spent a lot of time on that part, right? And the relationship of pigment to real food, right? Because when you get to real food, right, you beyond the laws of Newton, right? We're beyond the laws of Newton. We've stretched past the periodic table. We're somewhere else with it, right? And so we really outline that, and we go deep into what real food is beyond what the common idea of real food is. Because you ask somebody what real food is, they will automatically just, oh, vegetables, clean meats, fruits, or vegan lifestyle, or paleo. They would immediately go into what they think, or natural food, whole food. Somebody say whole foods, natural foods, unprocessed foods. And while some of those things may be true and qualify in a surface level sense, it still doesn't give you any understanding of how metabolism works, how digestion works, and what your body extracts from the food to build the temple, right? We don't get that the whole Bible is about the temple builders. In the New Testament identifies your body as the temple, like clearly, like this is the temple. Just in case you didn't know, like just in case you did know, this is the temple, built without the sound of hammers and this and that, whatever. This is the temple right here. This is the temple, and this is how you take care of the temple. And God is monitoring the temple, and all this kind of stuff is in there. Nobody reads any of these passages. Nobody reads the passages because the passages create depression, anxiety. Yeah, you start thinking about your accountability, right? And so nobody, like, people avoid those things like the plague, right? But this here comes from the Rhine Papyrus. This is circumference and height. That's what this formula is. Circumference and height to give you volume. Right? Now, what do we know about this word volume? Well, if you read in the books, I keep telling you that the oracle speaks in volumes. Right? So that's one thing, but that's inner circle, right? Just on a surface level, what do we know about the word volume? That volume means two things, right? It's my water bottle, right? The volume of my water bottle tell me how much water I can have in this water bottle, right? The volume of my water bottle tells me how much water I can have in my water bottle within reason, right? The Rhine Papyrus is designed for just that, right? All kinds of problems, different approaches, the main running theme throughout the whole thing. It's a lot of different math in there, but the main running theme is about hidden volumes, right? And hidden volume adds a whole nother dynamic to the purpose of this series of equations when you get into hidden volumes, right? But also volume. You turn up the volume, right? Rakim, as you hear it, pump up the volume. As you hear it, pump up the volume. Pump up the volume, right? So RFK pulls out. I mean, listen, I'm gonna say this. I'm sure that RFK did not come up with this, right? The BRI, I don't think RFK came up with that. I think RFK has a staff. He's got some government officials, some nutritionists, some, and they put this thing together. But he's the face of it. It was his initiative, program, etc. So, he's the face card on it. So I'm not saying that RFK went and got himself a copy of the Rhine Papyrus and said, oh, I'm going to rename problem 50 or problem 41 as, this, right? But I'm definitely saying somebody on his team did. Because it's right there. And it's unchanged. It's not like they, like it's, like how you could be like, yo, he got this from me, but he switched this up or he switched that up. So it's a little different. Like, nah, bro, that thing just lifted right out the Rhine Papyrus and put into the new health code. Boop. As the BRI. So when the quote unquote most advanced nation in the world grabs something from the math papyri that is supposed to change the entire health landscape of the nation. Right? When that happens, at the same time as we have jackasses saying, oh, well, you know, the religion, you know, they was religious and they believed in multiple gods. And so, yeah, they never understood no real science. They didn't have no real modern science. You know, they didn't know what. You just sound super stupid. But the problem is you have really, really borderline illiterate people masquerading as scholars, talking to audiences that don't read. That's why I'm proud of our group over here. I'm proud of our group over here, because one thing nobody can say is we're not reading, right? Like, if we're doing one thing for sure, two things for certain, we're reading. Listen, I want y'all to hit the like button. Hit the like button. We having some issues with the like button. Just hit it like a doorbell. Boop. Like if you hit the like button already, unlike the video, re-like the video. If you already subscribed, unsubscribe, resubscribe. Like hit it like you hit a doorbell when you got to use the bathroom. Like ding, ding, ding. Yeah. To wake up the algorithm. Like, hey, sending this video out. Wake up. Send this video out. You're not sending out the video. Send the video out. They probably don't want to send this video out. This video you're going to have to share manually. You're going to have to share this joint manually right here. Yeah, you're going to have to share this video manually. Yeah, man. This is one of them. This is one of them. Shout out to Self Elevation in the building. Right? P7. Right? Hotep to Hotepistan. Hotep to the Hoteppers. Peace to the gods. Peace to the fam. Right? But this is important because when I seen RFK, I'm like, oh, he's starting the movement off, rebuilding the pyramid. And then he coming right out the rhyme papyrus with this. Now, this is important that we had this conversation because I know how y'all get down. And a lot of this new book is defensive wartime material. And not like real war, you know what I'm saying? But mental war. Like when you're out in these YouTube streets, you got to be able to present yourself, or when you're at the family, you know, for the holidays coming up, you're going to have to take this with you. You're going to need this book to go with you. You got to take this book with you to the family house. Wherever you're going for the holiday, you're going to need to take this with you. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about. Yeah, you're going to have to take this book with you to family house. Because otherwise, it's going to be wild. Yeah, it's going to be wild. So you're going to have to take this with you. So you locked in. You got to be locked in with this thing here. Right? So we're going to go through all of the dialogue. We're going to walk through all of the dialogue, all of the pushback, all of the different angles. Right? All of the different angles. So we had to go dig in our bag. We had to dig in our bag for this one. And when I say dig in our bag, We had to reassemble the FND. Who knows what the FND is? Who knows what the FND is? We had to reassemble the FND to sniff out. We had to reassemble the FND so we could sniff out the truth and figure out what's going on here. Remember? The Forensics Natural Detective Academy, the FND, the Forensics Natural Detective Academy. Yeah, we had to put the FND back together. We had to put the FND back together so we could approach this. So we could approach this piece by piece systematically and put this thing together, because this is going to stick with us for a while. And what I'm giving you has an immense value beyond you can even understand the value of what you're going to be getting in this conversation and in this book. I just be locked in. When stuff happens in my life be life, and I work hard. And when y'all don't see me online, I'm locked in. I'm locked in. That's all. I can't even. It's no other way to put it. And I'm just digging through files and comparisons and papers and coming up with my own concepts, and then looking to, debunk myself. Like, that's the first thing I do whenever I think of something. I look to debunk myself. I look first to see if there's anybody else who's saying the same thing. And then I look to see if I could break down my own argument. And now that AI is out there, oh my God, AI is great, because AI is like the scholar of all scholars. So immediately I go and argue against AIs. Y'all see me do that live on the live stream a bunch of times, debunking AIs, different ones. And I do that, like sparring to stay sharp, but also so I know what's coming. Because unfortunately, most of these guys, they don't read or study. So we're in the era now where everybody is a Google scholar on steroids. So you might as well prepare for the argument that they're going to put up just by, all you got to do is go against yourself. Take whatever you're trying to prove and don't put it in from that perspective. Put it in like it's stupid. Like, yeah, this stupid guy said ... And the Gemini or whatever, it's going to go along with you into debunking that concept. You know what I'm saying? And so once you flesh out all of the the counterpoints, then you start addressing them. And you might get washed. You might take a L, but that will help you guide you along with what you need to find, where you need to strengthen yourself, or maybe even tell you that you need to throw out that idea. It might not be good, So then I have actual humans. I have a network of people that, I have a league of extraordinary gentlemen that I can also talk to, that, argue with, what I'm saying? Like, so by the time I get here, I have confidence, not because I sat in a room by myself and came up with a bunch of wild stuff, but I have confidence because I've already argued against, every level of scholar in terms of, what it is that we're discussing already. I've already went every angle. I've already looked up every pro and counter argument. So I'd be, well grounded in what my stance is. Do I share this stance with people from antiquity or modern, my contemporaries? Or is this something that's original that I've came up with by myself? Or, just all of the different ways that, people would try to attack or invalidate whatever it is that you're presenting. I appreciate it. I definitely appreciate it. Okay, we got the first minister tapping in. Shout out to the first minister, right? So we had to put the F and D back together so we can get to the bottom of this thing. All right. So I think that's how we started off, is we deal with the facts. Right? What are the facts? What do we know about the Rhine Papyrus? What are the facts to the Rhine Papyrus? What do we know? What are the basics that we know about the Rhine Papyrus? Like, how does a detective, when a detective comes to a crime scene, a murder scene, they want to know what do we know about the victim? The victim, black male, mid-20s, Caucasian female, late 30s, about 180 pounds, 5'3". They break down the rundown. You know what I'm saying? So we want to know what we got, right? So the papyri, right? Right, the Rhine papyri. Is that you messing up my view here? No, that's you right here. There you go. That's a little better. I don't think I can get it perfect, but that's good. Right. So the Rhine Papyrus, right? It was written in Kemet around 1550. 1550 BCE. Right? The scribe said he got it. He copied it from the 12th dynasty. Right? Right? So that tells you something right there. Right? Just the art of referencing. The art of referencing comes from Kemet. It's in the papyri. Right? Because lots of the papyri, they're telling you, hey, I'm not the creator of this. I got this from somewhere else. Right? This didn't come from our dynasty. This came from the 12th dynasty. Right? This came from the 12th dynasty. And so what people have to understand is that not only is the Rhine Papyrus a math document, it is what we would consider today to be religious document. Right? I don't say religion because for me to say Kemetic religion or ancient Egyptian religion, to me is disrespectful. What I prefer to use the term is theological. Theological is a much better term than religion. Theology and religion are two totally different things. The common person mixes them up and, treats them the same. But they're very, very different. They're very, very different. Right? So, now, again, somebody that has never read the Rhine Papyrus, they'd be like, oh, how is it a theological document? Well, because it gives you the birthday. It gives you the birthday of Set. Anyway, it's just, we'll address that later on. You know what I'm saying? But the gods are all in the document. You know what I'm saying? The gods are in the document. So, there's that part, right? But here's what we know, right? Now, it's funny how these numbers pops back up, right? Look at this. In 1858 AD, like 1858 now time, right? A guy named Alexander Rhine, Alex Rhine, purchased rind papyrus. So now the rind papyrus is named after the man who purchased it from somebody in 1858, right? Which is crazy because they're now like, when a child has to learn about this, they know, they hear the rind papyrus. The rind papyrus is not the name of the document. The rind papyrus is not the name of the document. The rind papyrus is the name of the person who purchased it. So he's now seen like his name is attached to the intellectual property in the rind papyrus. Did you see how that Jedi mind trick worked? Boop, rind papyrus. This papyrus is, the rind is the rind papyrus. Clearly the rind family, owns that IP. No. What would happen to you today? You at home. What would happen to you if you got busted with stolen property? And you like, oh, but I didn't steal this. I bought this from XYZ. Guess what? You going to jail for being caught in possession of stolen property. And when you tell them you bought it from XYZ, they're going to grab that person that sold it to you and they going to jail. Yeah. You don't get credit. You don't get to be like the owner of the stolen item that you got because you bought it from somebody. Like, this is classic colonization 101. Right? And I'm sure if we try to track down who he bought this from or how they got a hold to it, there'll be no records and the records are spotty, but we think it's this, that. Like, nah, we know for a fact that y'all ain't this person. And we know y'all not related to this person by blood. So your name shouldn't even be on here. Right? And even if your name is on it, it should never be taught to people that way. It should not be known throughout the world as the rind papyrus. That's crazy. Off top, that's crazy. Because we know it's theft. We know this is stolen intellectual property. But see, the same way as the modern American diet is now based on a formula coming from the rind papyrus, also so is quantum mechanics coming from the rind papyrus. So the owner of that intellectual property, right? That is a very valuable document. That's a very valuable document. But when you get to the end of the document and you see that the document is talking about the birth of Set and the birth of Isis and this, that, and the other, and the calendar and all this other stuff, it becomes a theological document, and it's hard for modern people to resolve the two. Because we have the German concept of what a God is, right? And so we always have that, or we see people having those debates. Oh, well, so you're saying God is a man that lives in the clouds and blah, blah, like it's foolishness. That's not a Kemetic concept. That's a later Roman concept. You know what I'm saying? That's a later, much later concept. Like, that's not a real thing, right? Because the whole concept behind hidden volumes is that we live in a space that's hidden. And you want to find the hidden volumes so you can understand the energy inside the volume. It's apparent to E equals MC squared, because that's what E equals MC squared is. This. It's the rind papyrus volume concept, right? Matter. Any piece of matter has measurement, right? The measurement is going to tell us what's inside it, the volume of what's inside it. That's E equals MC squared, the relationship of matter to mass and pure energy, right? The mass, right, is a calculation of energy density inside a given volume of space. That's the rhyme papers. That's the rhyme papers. There's a lot of things that comes out of this rhyme papers, right? So we have to walk it down, right? We have to walk it down. And we have to be meticulous about walking it down. Yeah. We got to be very meticulous on how we walk it down. Yeah. I'm seeing the chat periodically. I gotta take a break and come look at the chat. Shout out to Jonathan. So Jonathan, I'm on StreamYard and I'm new to Kick. You know what I'm saying? So I know Kick is like, you know, Kick and Twitch. It's like you know, I see some, you know, live streamers, they be having a separate phone just for the chat. So they can have it on their wrists and like always be seeing the chat locked in. You know what I'm saying? But over here, we teaching, right? So, you know, there's periods where I can't see the chat, but I will definitely check the chat periodically so I can make sure I catch any questions, catch any shout outs. You know what I'm saying? If you want to send me a super chat or, I don't know, a sub or a kick or something, you know, whatever. You know, so I'll be periodically checking in, you know what I'm saying? Like right now. But you know, I don't be as right on time. You know what I'm saying? So bear with me. And when I'm going in, sometimes I have a bunch of different stuff on my screen. So I can't really see what the chat is saying at that exact moment. All right. Okay, so at this point, we take a moment. At this point, I tell everybody to go open their book, and then we take a moment for prayer. We're gonna do that real quick.
And the Lord has been overlined all in birth. Oh, know that I am loved and we give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set ourselves into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for your ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life. We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferry and turn them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turn them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium. We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium. Yeah. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodashim. We give thanks for the mechanic predictors when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodashim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway to the vineyard. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate to the vineyard closes. We give thanks to the Most High God that provides the light in our breath and the light in our breath. We give thanks for the fend olfactory system that makes makes our grapes ripe alike. We give thanks for the jet pillar that provides us with a stable fleet of ferry boats to dock in our vineyard. We give thanks for smooth sailing through the pulmonary vein into the storm of the left atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodashim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodashim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opens a pathway into the holy royal arch of the Waceptra. Give thanks for the magnetism of the most holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats alive 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and cave. Amen.
All right. Now, in order for us to really walk this down, right? In order for us to walk this down, right? We've established a few things, right? Or we need to add a caveat, right? When we're talking about volumes and measures, right? When we're talking about volumes and measures or measuring volumes, what we're talking about is geometry. Right? We're talking about geometry. And in fact, hold on. Let me do this. Let me do this. Now, it's very important to know both ways to view this word. It's very important to know both ways to view this word, right? So you have geometry, which is the study of, like, obviously simplified, but the study of like shapes, yeah, we'll just do shapes and angles. I think that in a simplified way, that I think that covers it, right? But if we take an etymology type approach, right, and we just break the word down without looking anything up, right, we get geo and metry, right, which is metry is going to be the study of, right, the study of or the measurement of, right? This is where you get metric, right? Metric, right? You have measurements, metrics, right? The measurement of the land or the earth. If we just separate geo by itself, geo is going to mean land, earth, dirt, right? So there's another whole way to look at geometry, which is measure of the earth, right? Now, in the world we live in today, we have to make a distinction, right? We've got to make a choice, right? We got to make a distinction, a choice. And usually this is not regarded. This is not really taught anywhere, like in school, in terms of an application for this word geometry, right? Geometry is more going to be taught as shapes, angles, right? Shapes, angles, points, degrees maybe, but shapes and angles, right? You're almost never going to hear this. You're almost never going to hear that geometry is masonry. You're almost never going to hear that. But that is another definition of geometry, right? So I've given you them by layer, right? On the surface level, it's always going to be, oh, geometry is, you know, a leg or a category of math dealing with shapes and angles and blah, 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 right? You can go deeper and get a more specific definition, but simple definition, that about covers it. You could break down the word and go, oh, this is the measure of the earth, right? And for the ancient, or let me not say ancient, but for an older definition, right? Earth was physical, physics, right? So it's an early precursor to physics, because physics is about measuring everything physical that we could see here. You know, we could see, feel, and touch. That's pretty much everything that's on what? Earth. We're not seeing, feeling, and touching Mars. We're not seeing, feeling, and touching. Well, technically, the sun kind of reaches out to us. So we'll leave the sun out of it, but you get what I'm saying, right? But underneath the hood, masonry, right? Masonry, geometry. Now, there's only one place where all three of those definitions were tied together. That's Kemet. There's only one place where all three of those things was tied together. That's Kemet. That's why until, it's funny, the same time around when the Rhine papyrus was sold is the same time period that they came up with this idea of the prime meridian to be like in Greenwich. Let me look that up. Let's look that up real quick. I think that's interesting. I think that's very interesting. We got all these journal entries from yesterday. What year did Greenwich become the prime meridian? 1880. Wait. Here, y'all can look at what I'm looking at. It ain't deep. Here. Boom. So it's in the same time, it's in the same century. Right? It's in the same century. So it's interesting. 1851, George Airy. Wow, his last name is Airy. That's crazy. That is crazy. That is nuts. Right? So they come up with this idea in the 1850s, right? But it's not until 1884 that they make a rule that Greenwich will be the global standard for commerce, right? Now pay attention to this. And we got this in the books. This is a whole different conversation that we have to go into. Markets were not based on spaces. Markets were based on time. I want you to understand there's a different relationship of time and space than we popularly been taught, or than like what's allowed to float around. The origin of market doesn't come from a space where you do commerce. Like think about it now. When we think of a market, in fact, we have the term called marketplace, right? So a market is a place where people sell their stuff. No, that is not the original definition of market. The original definition of market is marking the calendar for the time that people are able to sell their stuff, right? So now when we're looking at the prime meridian is set up as the center of international commerce so that everybody could do what? Be on the same time, be on the same frequency, right? They set up Greenwich. The question you need to ask is, what was the prime meridian of Earth before that? It was the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid was the prime meridian, the center of the world before that. Everything came off that. Imagine like the colonized mind having to run every single business transaction based on the time of based on what's happening in Kemet, everything up to the 1800s. And think about that time period, right? That's why that time period is so crazy. Everything changed in that time period. 1865, just remember, that's the time, everything goes nuts in the late 1800s. The late 1800s is when the world changed drastically in a way that I don't think there's ever been so much change in such a small, like maybe 50 to 100 year window ever. Period. If you go 1850 to 1950, I don't think the world has ever changed that much, ever. At least I haven't come across it. I have not come across it. From 1850 to 1950 is crazy. That's the time that the quote unquote slaves are released to go free. That's when diabetes develops. That's when the understanding of, electricity and magnetism coming together to make light. Max Planck with his water, hydrogen, everything is in that window. Everything is in that window. It's crazy how much stuff happened in that window. But now we know the Rhine papyrus was also purchased in that window, and the prime meridian was shifted from Kemet to Greenwich in that time space. All of these things are important. Yeah, you may not think so, but all these things are definitely important. This is our future minister of languages here. This is our future minister of languages. Man, ain't nobody doing no, listen, 60 and 60 or death. We ain't doing no other challenges. We issuing challenges. We not accepting challenges. We issuing challenges. Yeah. That's all. We issuing challenges. That's what you got to do. You got to go into somebody else's chat and ask them if they doing they 60 and 60. If they doing the Dr. EnQi challenge or the Melanin versus Diabetes challenge. We're issuing challenges. Yeah, we issuing challenges. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. That is kind of nuts right there. Yo, I need you to be mixing in the Dr. Kepper and the Beatles music. You know what I'm saying? When you're doing your sets and all that, everywhere you got to put the music in there. Yeah, you got to put the sets in there. I'm trolling. I know you want to. Come on now. You know I know. Yeah. D Nice is our future minister of digital. Our future digital minister. Y'all got to get y'all minister status together. We got the first minister. We got our minister of birth. So I got to get y'all minister status together. All right. So anyway. All right, so we got this down. We cooking, we moving, right? So anyway, right? I guess once we go here, we have to go to. We just gotta go right for the jugular, right? We gotta go right for the jugular. So let me ask y'all in the chat. even though the pyramid is right there and all that, right? Who's credited as the person who gave the world geometry? Who's credited as that? See, now I'm looking at the chat. Where y'all at? Where y'all at? Who's credited? Stop Googling. This is supposed to be on tap. Come on, y'all making us look bad. If you got to Google, it's supposed to be on tap. Masons. Wow, that is a fact. But that's not the that's not what you're going to get in school. That's not what you're going to get in school. Right? What's the answer you're going to get in school? What's the answer you're going to get in school? Yes. That is the answer you're going to get in school. That is the answer you're going to get in school. Yes. And he has a name. Yes. Yes. And he has a name. Right? That's what you're going to get. And if you don't know if you don't know where to find, what to find, you stuck right there. You stuck right there. Right? But you have to know what this is. You have to know what this is. Right? We always gotta go to this. We always gotta go to this. Right? And it's good to go to this because some of us know what the tradition really is. Right? Some of us know what the tradition really is. Right? Now, you got a bunch of goofballs running around with Illuminati ideas and conspiracy and all this other foolishness, but some of us know what it really is. Right? So we have to be able to search the documents and see what they say, right? Like when you're having a scholarly conversation, you got to do the scholarship. You're having a scholarly conversation, you got to do the scholarship, right? And so when you do the scholarship, you find this document here. This is the oldest known document of Masonic manuscripts. The oldest known document. I want you to get this. Like that right there, it's too much right there. You got to just know that part right there. And the fact that the number 64 is like it's so much in this document. It's so much in this document. It's just crazy, right? So much in this document. But let's see if we can find us a decent copy that we can look at real quick. Okay. You see that? And see what this document explains? This document written in the 1300s explains the origin of Masonry for English royalty, right? So this is very important in terms of all debates and conversation that surrounds Masonry. Because you have a lot of goofballs that would tell you masonry started in 1717 at the Grand Lodge, and or somebody that thinks they're a little bit more well informed, they'll tell you, oh no, at the beer house, the ale house, and blah blah blah. They'll take you down that road. But this is a document from the 1300s. So first of all, it blows away the idea. It destroys the idea before you even read it. Just reading about it destroys the idea that the Grand Lodge of France or England had anything to even do with the beginning of Masonry. Period. It destroys that concept. Okay. And all your Templars started Masonry concepts along with it. Right? It's over. Because this is a Masonic document that they used in Masonic meetings from the 1300s. So you got to ask yourself, if the Grand Lodge starts in the 1700s, what are we doing with documents from the 1300s? What are we doing with documents from the 1400s? What are we doing with documents from the 1500s? Right? The people that was in the Grand Lodge of England wasn't even alive when these Masons are meeting. They're not even alive. So they're not even babies yet. They daddies and mommies ain't even alive when this is this is right. So before you even get into what's in it, right? Exactly. Like it just popped up fully formed, right? And so when you look at this document from the 1300s, in the 1300s, they already have a full system in place, right? And so what this document is for is to document the origin story according to Masons, according to Masonry, period. Now, you can argue the origin story if you want. You can argue whatever you want, but as a Mason, this is what is taught in the lodge. Period. Maybe not exactly in the lodge, but this is the tradition of Masonry that should be taught in the lodge, because this is what the Mason curriculum says. So it's not a mystery, meaning it's not something to argue, oh, well, there is no Masonic writings about how Masonry started or where it came from or blah, blah, blah. Or if you say that Masonry started in Kemet or Egypt because of the pyramids, and somebody's going to say, oh, that's you just saying boo, boo, boo. And yeah, okay, well, maybe they were building stuff, but you're talking about operative Masonry. That's not speculative Masonry. Speculative Masonry comes from blah, blah, blah. All we have to do is go to the Masonic documents and see what the Masonic document says. That's all. Right? That's one of the reasons why I write so many books, is because I want my thoughts to outlast me. When I die and I'm gone, I don't want people to just put words in my mouth. No, I will have a book on everything that you could ask me. It will be a book for that. So even if I'm gone, the books will still exist. Just go open up the book. The book will talk for you. Yeah, the books will speak. All right. So if we ask the book, as a scholar, and we do the scholarship, it says, the foundation of Masonry by Euclid in Egypt. So it gives us a person and it gives us a place. It says, in that time, through good geometry, this honest craft of good masonry was ordained and made in this manner. counterfeited of these clerks together at these Lord's prayers. They counterfeited geometry. Full stop. Full stop. Full stop. Do you know how much is right there? You know how much is right there? Or maybe you didn't peep it. Yeah. Think about that. Not only is the document telling you where they got it from, how they got it, and all that, but they're also telling you at these Lord's prayers, they counterfeited geometry. The Lord's Prayer is one of the most famous prayers in the Bible. And I'm not saying that they were referring to the Lord's Prayer, right? They're talking about these royals as lords and their prayers for wealth. But it's very interesting that the Lord's Prayer is one of the most popular prayers in the Bible. And that in and of itself is counterfeited from Akhenaten, praising Aten, right? So that's just a sidebar. That's just a sidebar. Just that strike that from your memory. Strike that from your memory. Strike that from your memory. Focus on what the document says. We shouldn't add to or take away from the document. We've been scholarly. And what the document says is the clerks counterfeited geometry. They counterfeited geometry. They plagiarized it. And they gave it the name of masonry. For the most honest craft of all, right? The most honest craft of all was stolen. Why did they say this is the most honest craft? Why is it the most honest craft? Right? What is a craft? It's an art, right? In the ancient world, art and science is the same thing. Yeah, art and science is the same thing. So that's why they're saying this is the most honest, because even today, any scholar will tell you that the only quote unquote science that has a proof, or that you can prove beyond a reasonable, beyond all doubt, is geometry, math and geometry, music. These are the only things that actually can be proven. Everything else has to work with hypotheses and theories and is subject to change in the future. Math is not subject to change at all. 2 + 2 is 4. And 2 + 2 was 4 5,000 years ago. And 2 + 2 is going to be 4 5,000 years from now. Period. Period. Which is another important aspect of geometry. Right? Because since geometry is true now, it always has been true, and it always will be true. Do you understand? Honesty requires proof. Honesty requires proof. Honesty requires proof. Geometry supplies proof, hence honesty, right? Honesty is true, right? So geometry in Kemet was seen as a way for the Necheru to speak, to be true of voice, right? proof. To be all wise, right, and exact. Proof. You have to prove. You have to demonstrate your proof. Right? These are all important concepts. Right? Because in Greece, they got all these documents that they didn't understand fully, so they could not demonstrate any proof. So they came up with a whole nother concept of proof. And we'll get to that in a second. Right? But this is important because if you understand geometry, what's true today was true every yesterday ago and will be true every tomorrow from now. This is the science of forever. This is the science of forever, right? So anything that you ever wanted to know, ever, this is how you should approach it, because all the facts are going to be in the numbers, right? Men lie, women lie, right? So if we want to understand the gods, it's geometry. If we want to understand the gods, it's geometry. If we want to understand, right, we have this thing. And maybe we're on the outside of this thing looking at it, right? Or maybe we're on the inside of this bottle looking at it as our container, right? If we want to try to understand the purpose of the container and who constructed the container and what the container is made out of and all of these different things, this is why there are so many layers of math and geometry hidden in the Bible, hidden in the Quran, right? Because they're based on their Kemetic parents. And their Kemetic parents did not hide the relationship of everything one to another. Theology, geometry, and math was the science of the gods. It's how you knew the gods. It's how you built a relationship with the gods. Because remember, we're not talking about retired, fat, bald guys that live on clouds. No. The closest, most accurate translation that you can get for the Natural would be like universal constants, irrational numbers that are defining certain properties of our universe, right? Now, that doesn't exclude people from embodying this or that or the other, which is the purpose of the geometry, to understand how those forces inhabit matter, become flesh, you know what I'm saying? How they move around, et cetera, right? We're studying that from a dead standpoint. We're not studying anything different. We're just studying it from a dead standpoint. Period. That's why we have that signature number 92. That's why we have that signature number 92. 92 elements form the periodic table. 92 naturally occurring. Naturally occurring. Think about that term, naturally. Naturally, right? 92 natural elements, right? When you go into the Bible, the first chapter, Genesis chapter 1, has 92 words, 92 unique words. Now, the words is used over and over again, so it's not 92 words in the chapter, but there are 92 individual words that make up the entire first chapter of Genesis. That's crazy. That's the odds on that happening and being a coincidence are astronomical. You can't even figure that out. Like they took 92 words and made a chapter for creation of the universe. And then science came along later and said there are 92 elements to create the known universe. That's just, it just, come on, bro. The numbers on that, it's just crazy. It's crazy, right? But this is those types of proofs that'll break the human mind trying to wrap their mind around it. Your mind ain't strong enough to you just got to accept the math as what it is. And for most people, when they can't figure something out, but it goes against their principles, they just say that's coincidence. And if you're a person that believes in coincidence, which is crazy, the concept of believing in coincidence is almost like an oxymoron in and of itself that I think makes you a moron if you believe in coincidence, but I don't believe, because I don't believe in coincidence. But again, that's my belief. Pun intended, right? So, but geometry is the way you would go to pursue exacts. Math is the way you'd go to pursue exacts. Music is the way you'd go to pursue exacts. They say, oh, no. Music is not full of exacts. People have different perspective on what they like and what they don't like. Your perspective of whether you like this whiteboard right here doesn't make it not a whiteboard. So you can like a whiteboard or not like a whiteboard, but just because you don't like a whiteboard doesn't mean it's going to turn into a car or a dinosaur or something else. It's still a whiteboard. Right? It's still what it is. Right? And that's why geometry is so important, because in order to find the truths of the universe, you have to probe math. You have to probe geometry, period. Any scholar would tell you math was not discovered or created by people. It was already here. Math was already here. So we created the study of history, the study of archaeology, the study of the ocean, oceanography, archaeology. We created all the ologies. We created all the ologies, but there is no math theology. Think about that. There's no math theology. We didn't create math, right? There's no math theology. There's no arithmetacology. That doesn't exist. It was here already. That's very important for you to understand the relationship that they would have put onto math in Kemet. You cannot separate, as far as they're concerned, the math from the gods, period. Which is what Albert Einstein put into a nice, neat little formula. You cannot separate matter from energy. Boop. Period. And my man used 5 symbols to do it. A E, an equal sign, a M, a C, and a square. And I love the fact that it's like, that's what made me look at it as a kid. Period. I'm in the Bronx. I'm born in the late 70s with rap. So at the time, I'm fascinated with anything MC. MC? What? I'm the MC. Yeah, I'm the MC. I'm like, what's E equals MC? That's me. I'm the MC. Yeah. So I want to look that up. Oh, this ain't. But then we got the older gods in the neighborhood. We got to do the science god. What's today's mathematics? I'm like, oh, this is more of that science and the mathematics and all that. So what is this? E equals. Okay. So as a kid, I'm trying to figure it out, but I'm trying to figure it out because I'm thinking it's related to, you know what I'm saying? So we have to have a certain understanding of what geometry is. Because if you think geometry is just about circles and squares, you're gonna be sadly mistaken. right? So anyway, Masonry gives you its origin story. It tells you where, it tells you who, it tells you how, right? So as a schools will tell you, oh, Euclid is the father of geometry. Yeah, the father of geometry is Euclid. Well, history, Masonic history tells us something else. Well, they don't actually tell us something else. They agree. Say, no. Yeah. We got to give him props. You know, he did that. He's the one. Yeah, Euclid is the one. But, you know, we do know he stole it from. Yeah. We know he stole it. It's all good though. We happy we got it now though. We know he stole it, but we happy we got it. Yeah, we know he stole it, but we good on that. And we're not trying to hide the fact that he stole it. We're going to acknowledge the theft. Yeah, we have to acknowledge the theft because it's the source of how we're building society. And as we run into problems, we're going to have to continue to go back to the source for solutions to society's problems. So we always have to know, as the leaders of society, right? Because society is broken down into two groups, producers and consumers. As the producers, right? As the producers of society, we need to know where to find the solutions to the society's biggest problems. And so America, fast forward now, America, the country built on Masonic principle. Understand that. The country built on Masonic principle has a problem. We're the leader of the free world, but we have the worst health statistics of all countries. All countries, we got the lowest health statistics. We die the fastest, we get the sickest. It's the most dangerous place in the world for a woman to have a baby, like all that. Rich folks leave the country to go have their baby. You know, like how somebody might get conscious or get hip to some stuff and they be like, oh, I don't want to have my baby in a hospital. I want to go to a birthing center, or I want to have doulas and the midwife, and I want to do it like this. People with money are just like, yeah, I just don't want to be here. Yeah, we got to go out of the country for this. Yeah, I got to go out of the country to have my baby. I'm not having a baby in America. Like that's like getting, I don't know, that's like being in elementary school and having shoes from Payless. It's like, ooh, you know what I'm saying? You're like, nah, I'm not walking around with no Payless. Like, I don't want to walk around with no babies that was born in America. Like, it's so crazy. Like, no, America is like having your baby in a trash can. Literally. Respectfully, that's what the numbers say. That's what the statistics say, right? It is the most dangerous place in the free world to have you a baby is America. So we have a health crisis in America. And so understanding that America is a country built on Masonic principles, Washington, D.C., laid out, Masonic geometric precision, like this, to always carry that tradition forward. So when we face with this problem that people can't solve, they got to go back to the blueprint for the solution, which is where we get the BRI. But they didn't go to the Quran and they didn't go to the Bible for the solution. Right? And they definitely didn't go to Greece. They definitely didn't go to Greece. They did not say, oh, well, Euclid, the father of geometry, he wrote the elements. And so let's go read his 13 books, his 13 ancient Greek books. Let's go find the solution. Yeah, there's nobody that's going to pop up and be like, oh, yeah, no, it came from, no. It's just like all the Kendrick fans. All the Kendrick fans. Oh, no. He beat Drake. Kendrick is a better lyricist. Kendrick make better songs. Drake is whack. Kendrick. There is no club in America, not even in California, where they are playing Kendrick Lamar music. That does not happen. There is no party where people is like, oh, we're going to get this party crazy. Turn that Kendrick Lamar on. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's doing that. At best, they might turn on that one song because that one song is about Drake. But there's no Kendrick Lamar songs that people, the DJ's like, oh, yo, man, I left my hard drive. I left my Kendrick hard drive at the house. The party's not going, yeah. Oh. No, nobody's thinking that. Nobody's thinking that. Nobody's thinking that about Jay-Z either. Nobody's thinking that they're not going to be able to get the party popping if they left their Jay-Z hard drive at the house. Nobody's thinking that. But if they don't have the Drake, the party will start late because I got to go back to that. As a DJ, if I don't have the Drake hard, I got to go back to the house. I got to go back to the house because they're going to want to hear this tonight, period. Every single party in every single club everywhere. It's the same thing. They're not going back to no Greek principles as foundation and was here. No, they're going back to Kemet to continue to solve society's problems, which is why there's a food pyramid in the first place and not a food square, a food circle, or a food pentagon, because they try to say the Pentagon. Oh, we'll get into that in a second. They go to, the Pentagon, that's the shape of Greece. The Pentagon is the shape of Greece. That's why the Pentagon is so hot. And the government uses like the Pentagon and all that, like the Pentagon shape. Because it relates to Greece. Because they thought that the Pentagon would reflect like Greek dominance. Right? When you go through the Platonic solids, and we'll go through it in a second. If we have enough time. What time is it? 2:00? Yeah, we should have enough time. We'll go through the Platonic solids and I'll show you what I'm talking about the Pentagon. But it's not a fact. You know what I'm saying? It's not a fact. The Pentagon was saw as sacred in Kemet. So you don't have the Pentagon everywhere, right? You only have the Pentagon as the heart of stars. Yeah, the Pentagon is seen as the heart of stars. And the stars were the living ancestors. So they didn't play with the Pentagon. Pentagon's not everywhere. You only see the Pentagon located as the center of the stars. That's a terrible drawing, right? But in the heart of a 5-pointed star, the center of it is a pentagon, right? And so you see the 5-pointed stars are all over Kemet. The 5-pointed stars are all over Kemet, right? So that's where Islam got that from. Islam is running on the 5-pointed star, right? And so that's where their prayer system comes from, the 5-pointed star of Islam. It is directly grabbed from Kemet. The whole entire thing that Muslims hold dearly, it comes from Kemet. The 5-pointed star, it's not the moon, it's the 5-pointed star. Now the moon is something else attached to it, but the 5-pointed star, that's from Kemet. And that was the ancestors as the ancestors in the sky, the stars in the sky, right? In the prayer system, the prayer mat, the prayer rugs, they had prayer rugs in Kemet made out of reed. And they went through the whole little, they had their whole system of prayer that began like this and ended with them prostrate and putting their head on the ground. That whole thing is right out of Kemet. That whole thing. Boop, boop, boop. Whole process right out of Kemet. Boop. That's the beauty of having pictures. Oh, wow, look at this. Look at this right here. Look, what is this? Do they have prayer rugs? What are they doing? Is they prostrate? They're doing a whole, wow, what is that? That looks like Islam. Oh, wait a minute. Islam doesn't start for another 2,000 years. So what are they doing with it? Right? And then when you start to add in the math, oh, got it. And you go, wait, but the number, the book is on the number 19 and the special number 9. Well, all you got to do is look at the sun and the solar pattern for the number 19, and you go, oh, wait a minute. In order to know this, you had to have had an advanced understanding of calendars. Well, where did the calendars come from? Same place as the 5-pointed star. Same place as the prayer system. Same place as the prayer rug. But for some of y'all, I know those are only coincidences. I got it. I know how it goes. When your mind can't figure it out, it's coincidence. It's okay. It's okay. Well, the problem is that we don't know origin stories. And they pull a Scooby-Doo all the time. They've invented the Scooby-Doo. The Scooby-Doo is, come on. And the fact that we even have Scooby-Doo as a cartoon should hip us, because they always pull a Scooby-Doo. They always pull a Scooby-Doo. What's the basics of a Scooby-Doo episode? What's the basics of a Scooby-Doo episode? How does a Scooby-Doo episode go? There's some hidden value. Right? There's a hidden volume message, right? There's some hidden value in a hidden volume, in a hidden space, somewhere in the land, somewhere on some property. Somebody's got some property. On that property, some hidden value. And what do? The bad guy comes up with a boogeyman, a full boogeyman story to scare you away from the value. Right? Because we can look at a 5-pointed star and create a boogeyman story, one that's been created for you. Oh, that's the Muslims. No, that's not the Muslims. Oh, no, that's the Baphomet. No, that's not the Baphomet. No, it's just a 5-pointed star. It's just a 5-pointed star. It's not that deep. It's a 5-pointed star. No. I know what that is. I said, okay. And so you ran away from it. They got you. They created a boogeyman and they ran you off from the value, right? And then those crazy kids got to come along like, oh, I'm not scared of the boogeyman. I'm going to stick around and see what the value is. And then what do? They take the mask off the boogeyman. And then you find out, oh, that was just a star. But wait a minute. If it was just a star, why did they dress it up as a boogeyman to scare people off? Because there's some hidden jewels in there. There's some hidden value. History is full of that process, right? So, let us keep cooking, right? So now we got this story. I don't feel pain because it's all in the rind, and what's mine is mine. What's mine is rind. What's yours is rind. Right? Okay. So now we have a full-blown story here. Now, mind you, this and more is all going to be in that new book, right? Actually, some of these things are in the books that are already out. So, yeah. This is the 34th book of the Spirit Code, breaking down. So, here's one of the arguments that you'll get. And once you get through all of the different, once you get through all of what we just discussed, and it took us what, 2 hours to build a solid foundation. Once you get through that, right? Scholars usually, especially these guys that's pledged to Greek fraternities, the Greek fraternities, a lot of people on the internet, they mix up and be like, oh yeah, the Greek fraternities and the Masons. There's no such a thing as that. There ain't no Greek fraternities and the Masons. Historically, the Greek fraternities and the Masons are ops. Yeah, they're ops. They're not together. That's not one group. It ain't both hands wash the left hand, wash the right hand, both hands wash the. That's not that. That is not that. So you're confused. You're an outsider if you think that. When people say stuff like that on the internet, that immediately lets me know they do not belong to a Greek fraternity or Masonry. They have no idea what they're talking about from either perspective. They're just mixing things together that they don't understand, right? Actually, we're gonna keep this number 92 up here. I ain't gonna take this off. Let me just make the circle smaller. So once you get between all that, once you get past all that, they would try to flex their degree on you, maybe, or they would try to flex their education on you, because they understand that John Q. Public is working with a 3rd or 5th grade reading level. 3rd to 5th grade reading level. And when you go to college, you learn a little bit of psychology, even if you're not dealing with whatever, like it's not a major or something but you'll probably get, some psychology somewhere in your later high school experience, or somewhere in your college education, you're going to get a little psychology. And when you get a little psychology, you'll learn something about anger and violence. That when people don't understand, when I don't understand other people, or when other people don't understand me, I get angry. That is an old trick. When you're in a debate, right, and you do not have the facts, you do not have the proof, the math is not on your side, you can win a debate from a losing position by being able to frustrate your opponent and make your opponent angry. And then highlight the fact that they're angry and point out, oh, you're getting angry, you're getting emotional. So instantly, the audience, who really came to learn both sides of the argument, so that means they don't know what's right and wrong. They're looking for the debate to settle the argument that has been proposed. They're looking for the debate to determine who's right or wrong. They don't understand psychology in a debate. When a person ran out of facts, they can still use charisma and the art of war, so to speak, on you to get you angry, frustrated, to show your emotions, and then make that to the audience a sign of you losing. And because the audience doesn't know any better, they have to go with that, right? So a part of debating is, hey, being able to recognize that and not allow a person to do that to you. But when there's a education gap, people will use that education gap or perceived education gap to try to create that frustration, right? So you'll get something like this. You'll get something like, oh, well, in Kemet, the rhyme papyrus was empirical. Yeah. This is empirical. You know, they were trying to figure out how to measure grains and land. Grains and land. And they go now over in Greece. Over in Greece, they were creating deductive reasoning for abstract concepts. Now, abstract concepts, when we're talking about ancient abstract concepts, I want you to understand that this is a term to cover up God. That is the only abstract concept that people was trying to figure out in the ancient world. Is there a God, or is there a gods as a group? If there is a God or gods, what's he look like? What's he do? Right? What do they do? What does she look like? Is it a he? Is it a she? Right? Is it a family? Is it a she that has children? Like all of these different concepts, right? Because the way Kemet ended, Greek just inherited thousands and thousands of books that they didn't understand. So imagine if a bunch of kindergartners, they just get books dumped on them and all the adults die off. Imagine there's only college level books in the world. Like every book in the world is burned. Like just imagine this place, right? Something happens and all of the adults and all of the books vanish. There's only college level books and kindergarten age kids that barely can read. What are they going to do with them books? They got to try to figure that stuff out. So anyway, abstract concepts. Abstract concept is the nature of reality. My existence, my purpose, who created me? How did they create me? What am I made out of? What am I made for? Those are the abstract concepts. So when you get, when they get into their bag and try to insult your intelligence or get you frustrated or angry by working their intelligence on you, right? This is what they'll do to speak over your head. They say, oh, well, Kemet, they did create math and boo, 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 but they come in with the but, it was just, but, and just. So they're minimizing, they're getting ready to minimize your package. Boop. It was just empirical logic. And, it was just based on day-to-day needs of measuring bread and, grain or beer and land. It wasn't that, Now in Greece, it's where they created the system of if and then and, deductive reasoning to figure out abstract concepts, right? You have to know how to stay cool and break this down. You got to know how to break this down. You've got to be able to break this down. If you can't break this down, you cannot represent the family out in the world. That's why we're building ministers, because we need you to be properly educated when you go out into the world and you're introducing these concepts. And people challenge you on these concepts. You have to be able to respond accordingly. Right? You got to be able to stand on what it is that we're doing. It's not about saying something that sounds fly. It's about being able to prove it, validate it, you know, particularly sometimes even under pressure, right? So these are what they're going to lean on in terms of the fundamental approach to problem solving. And remember, the great problem that we're having in America right now is health. And so to fundamentally, you know, to find a fundamental solution to that problem, they went to the Rhine papyrus, not degrees. So you have to know this because they know the blueprint. You don't. This is your IP, right? This is your IP, right? So this is the fundamental difference in approach to problem solving. They're going to say, this is empirical. This is deductive. This is for small time stuff, you know, like measuring slices of bread and all that. This is for the really big, important stuff. Yeah, the really big, important stuff you can figure out with the Greek program, you know, blah, blah, blah. Right. And all of this, you're going to see in a second how this ties in if we have time to get through everything. The reason why they call it the Rhine papyrus is right here. The reason why they call it the Rhine papyrus is right here. Because this argument of empirical problem solving versus deductive reasoning and or deductive logic for problem solving is destroyed the moment you know the name of the actual document. Period. Before you even read what's on it. Before you even read what's in it. The name alone is so crazy. The name alone is so crazy that if somebody say it to you, right, you have to respond by saying, you trolling. That ain't that. It can't be that. That's super cocky to say, like that's not you. But it is what it is. That's why you need to understand the view of what geometry is and the power of timeless facts, right? Timeless facts, right? You gotta know this. Okay. So now we need to add in something. We need to add in something, right? Because now we deep in the middle of this fight. We in the fourth round, right? We in the fourth round. We in the middle of the square, and then now it just it's up, right? So we got to start looking at everything, right? So Euclid, we're gonna say the EE, right? If you don't know, it's called Euclid's Elements, right? It's 13 books, 14 books. Is it 13 or 14? It's 13 or 14 books that Euclid wrote, and that's supposed to be the end all be all, and that's how all of this starts. And this is why they say Euclid is the father of geometry and everything associated with it, right? And deductive reasoning or deductive logic is, in the Masonic universe, we just call it Masonic thinking, but it's thinking via exacts and proofs and points and degrees. The same way shapes and math works. You start to develop a mathematic brain. Your brain starts to process things like binary logic, right? If this, then that. It's this or that. That's how your mind starts to work, which is the reason why in chemics everything was set a certain way based on binary math and logic or powers of two, duality, right? Anyway, so when I say EE, it's Euclid's Elements, right? Well, Euclid's Elements are written 300 BCE. Where at? Where are these written at? Where is this written at? In Egypt. Crazy. It's written in Egypt, right? Here, we got our 1550 to 1850 BCE. Same place. So, if we just look at the time and we go, like, we just erase everything, we go, okay, similar purpose, similar concept, similar pattern between the two. This one is written 1,500 years before this one. Just on that alone, it's like, okay, I think we're establishing lineage here. I think we're establishing this is a parent, this is a child. Just looking at the time, right? Again, this is the Forensics Natural Detective Academy approach to systematically figuring some things out, right? So we got to get the fact that Euclid lived, taught, died, all of everything associated with Euclid was in Kemet. What was he doing? What was Euclid actually doing? What were they doing at the time in Greece? What were they doing at the time in Greece? What is the purpose of the Rosetta Stone? Why does the Rosetta Stone exist? Somebody from the chat tell me, why does the Rosetta Stone exist? What is the purpose of the Rosetta Stone? Come on, chat, wake up. We got too many people in the chat. What is the purpose of the Rosetta Stone? No emojis. No. What is the purpose of the Rosetta Stone? Come on, this is too easy. Hey, y'all forgot. I got to keep these lights on. Man, y'all forgot. Y'all got to go to the website, get y'all some bitters and some mosses and some cleansing and some. Go get the books, and I got to keep these lights on. So we appreciate 77 Figures for reminding everybody. Hey, we got to make sure we keep EnQi lights on, right? To translate, I like that. To translate what? I like that. That is absolutely the answer. To translate what? Translate the Greek and all that to the Egyptian. No. Correct. to translate, well, it's still incorrect, but correct-ish. That's about right. We always have to remember that there's no real such as thing as Egypt, or ancient Egypt anyway, right? There's no such thing as that, really. Remember, you have Kemet. And then Kemet is being invaded. And at the time when Kemet is getting invaded, they don't really have money like that, or at least they didn't know their own value. So they didn't know how to trade and do, their business wasn't right. So they're broken down as a country, and they have their little brother. This is very similar to what's going on with Dean and AB, right? Kemet is AB. Dean is Greece, right? Kemet is broken down. You know what I'm saying? They on their last leg. They don't really know their true value. But little bro do. Little bro know your value. So little bro getting ready to kiss up and be like, yo, Unc, what you need? Don't worry about it. I'll step in and hold it down for you. You know what I'm saying? You got the Persians or the, whoever trying to invade. Don't worry about nothing. I got this. I'm going to hold it down for you. You ain't got to worry about nothing. We good. Don't give me nothing. I'm going to take care of this on the strength. Don't worry about it, big bro. For all the love you've been showing me, I got you. And so what happens? Greek does exactly what they said they was going to do. They held it down. But with one caveat. They were not going to turn back over the city of Kemet back to the Kemetic people. They're like, yeah, we get ready to keep this though. Yeah, we're gonna keep this. We're keeping this. Yeah, we're keeping. And they're like, keeping what? The Holy Land? You keeping the motherland? You keeping Kemet? Yeah, we're keeping Kemet. In fact, what we get ready to do is we're gonna rename it. Oh wow. Oh, that was kick. Yeah. Okay. Those was like kick messages. All right. I didn't know those were sounds coming from kick. So this is me over in kick playing with the emojis, right? So they just stayed in Kemet. So when they stayed, they created, they just overnight, you got a whole country of people. Like right now, we in America. Boom. Imagine we all go to sleep tonight and we wake up in the morning and somebody done took over America and they like, nah, this is not America no more. This is, you know, Peru or Venezuela or China or whatever. They just renamed it something. Boom. Or they just name it whatever. Maybe they name it Roblox. You know, boom. Now it's Roblox. The history books is going to have a weird confusion for people 1,000, 2,000 years into the future. Because it's going to look like this whole country of people just vanished overnight and became something else. And it's going to be confusing. So you have Kemet, and then abruptly and suddenly Kemet and all of the Kemetic people just vanish. And then you have Egypt. So Egypt is the Greek takeover. So when the Greeks take over Kemet, it's now Egypt. So that's why there is no such thing as ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt is the scholarly way of talking about all of the good stuff that was in Kemet. So anything that was good, beneficial, that they want to lay claim to, they say that's ancient Egypt. Basically, ancient Greece. Get it? It's ancient Greece, right? So that erases not just the people, but their intellectual property and contributions to society. That's ancient Greece, right? So even people running around talking about Nile Valley civilization, you got a lot of Black scholars that promote that. There's no Nile in Kemet. It's the Happy River. The Nile is also a part of the Greek takeover because there's a Greek god Nilus. The Greek god Nilus, right? You know, you can look him up, right? All you got to do is type in Greek god Nilus. See? It's not hard to find. So when people talk about the Nile civilization or Nile Valley civilization, they don't realize they're giving the credit to the Greeks themselves. So that's like, you sound illiterate when you're trying to like fight for, like, no, this is the North African blah, 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 the Nile Valley civilization. When you say that, you just erase everything you said before that because you just gave all the credit to the Greeks by putting the Greek god on the life-giving river as opposed to the Kemetic deity, right? Happy, the Happy River, right? So anyway, we'll keep cooking, right? So now we got some history. Right? We got some history. And so we have let's put our breakdown together. So we got a good recap. Let's get us a good. I'm gonna have to. I wanted to keep the 92 up here. I'm gonna get rid of that 92. Hey, hold on one second.
Travis made darkness feel cinematic. Drake made pain sound smooth and attractive.
In the beginning was the wave.
Resonate, see what I'm saying, levitate, resonate, nah, I mean I'm trying to elevate. Resonate, words can't describe or articulate. Resonate, feel me, celebrate. When they was partying and they was drinking, the gospel of music had me writing, thinking. Music it sounds, but it's also written words. Lego knows fifths, halves, quarters, thirds. The periodic table of atoms. The language of the gods and wave patterns. The periodic table of atoms, E equals MC squared. The musical wave patterns, the facts are laid. Synapse engaged, perhaps a slave. Collapse away. The heart detonate, the tongue generate. The stone demonstrate, the mind meditate. Honestly, honor me for escaping poverty, turning lemons to lemonade. Noise into harmony, awfully. God is the music of my artery. The heart of me, the beat is the best part of me. God is the way. God is the music. God is the music. Without it, I might lose it. God is the way. God is the music. Without God, I might lose it. I might lose it. Resonate. See what I'm saying? Still hear them. Periodic table waves to the EnQi theorem.
Okay. The daddy moment. Oh, that's what we was doing. Okay. So we was putting our little recap together so we see where we at. Right? We was putting our recap together so we can see where we at, right? So I need you to be able to debunk and represent the church of winning that for Christ out there. Now, everybody that watches is not a member of the church, right? If you haven't really accepted in your mind that God is music, cool. You still hanging out learning. We're going to get you. But for those of you that already acknowledge God as music, right? You got to be out in the world representing properly. Right? So anyway, we got the rind over here. And we got the EE over here. Euclid's elements. Right? And so on this side, right, you've been violated to believe that this is for daily problem solving. Right? Empirical. You know, problems that you experience on a day-to-day basis. That's what empirical is, based on experience, stuff you coming in contact with, right? Arguing with folks about sandwiches and all that. Like they put together the papyrus to figure out how to, the folks, check out the intelligence. The folks that built pyramids, they wrote a scroll to teach their nation. And then hundreds of years later, they recopied it so that they wouldn't lose, you know, they redid it over so they wouldn't lose it. Boom. because they was having trouble dividing sandwiches and, you know, figuring out landlord issues and right. So daily problem solving. Then over here, it's, you know, abstract space. Ooh wee. Abstract space is crazy. Right? Once you learn this in school, you automatically have a slanted view of this compared to this. That's just like when you come up and you consume the quote unquote American culture. Part of the American culture is that the black people are stupid. That's a part of the culture. That may not be a fact of life, but that's what you learn from the culture, right? When you see reality TV shows like Baddies and all that, we look stupid. When you look at Kai Cenat and them, we look not only stupid, but we all look gay, right? So it's gay and stupid. They add the little caveat. When you watch Tyler Perry, it's gay, stupid, abusive, right? So if you look at Tyler Perry's stuff, it's gay, stupid, abusive. If you look at like maybe 50s programs, it is violent and calculated, criminal. That's what 50 shows. That in order for a black man to become successful, you have to be a criminal, right? And you got to think about these concepts because all of these concepts are related, right? When you hear that health is wealth, right? Think about this. When you hear health is wealth, right? Well, there's only two types of health. So that means that there's two types of ways to generate wealth. If health is wealth, right? If P, then Q, right? We're going to use the Greek logic. If P, then Q. If health is wealth, then there's only two types of wealth because there's only two types of health. There's your physical health and your mental health, right? So what does culture tell us when we absorb culture? Culture tells us that you don't have any mental health. So because you lack mental health, you lack the ability to generate mental wealth, right? So they've already got you. And what is mental wealth? Intellectual property. You don't generate intellectual property. Here, take this ball. Yeah. Here's a ball. This is how you can make a living. Yeah, go, dance. Yeah, dance. You guys can dance and jump around and all that. Yeah. Physical health, you can generate some wealth on physical health. But you don't have mental health, so you can't generate. And so what happens? We see in the business world, our entertainers, which includes the athletes, well, they're generating health off of their physicality. The people that they work for are using their mind. So what do we see happen? The TLC story, the Floyd Mayweather story, ad infinitum. We see that the wealth is temporary. Why? The wealth is temporary because it's attached to your physical health. Your physical health is temporary. So you can't generate long-term wealth because you're generating the wealth from the cornerstone, the base of physicality. You didn't generate it with your mind, which is infinite. The mind, which applies to that geometry and the hidden volumes and the invisible unseen causes and the things that existed before that will continue to exist, that forever stuff. Yeah, that's the mind is in part of that. Spirituality, it's in that divine. Yeah, that's you locked out of that. You just entertain us while we doing the thinking. And it's written in history this way. It's written in history this way. So your kids learn this. You was preoccupied with dividing beer and bread while we were figuring out the universe. You were working on beer and bread. We were figuring out the universe. Right? See, that's how it go. And then they have the Greek fraternities to give you black scholars. And so when you see the black Kemetic scholar come, you like, oh, nah, they getting ready to drop it on us and woo, woo, woo. And you get excited because somebody look like you think like you. Woo, 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 woo. Because somebody look like you think they think like you. Nah. They getting ready to come reinforce this. They getting ready to come reinforce this. They getting ready to say, no, your ancestors were too preoccupied with figuring out beer and bread to worry about the rest of the universe. So we took care of that. So you got to thank us for doing the heavy lifting. You know, your ancestors was worried about paying the cable bill. We was paying the rent. Yeah. Your ancestors was paying the cell phone bill. We was paying the mortgage. You know, that's how they're going to violate you. Right? And then because your Kemetic scholar is trained to either hide the truth or they never learned the truth, they can't stand on this. See, I could stand on it from every angle. Every angle. I could even stand on the beer and the bread. Oh, I could stand on the beer and the bread. Yeah. See, I could slap them around with that. Yeah, because the beer and the bread is what gave the world medicine. See, you don't know that part. You can learn that from your Kemetic scholars because they don't know that the moldy bread from Kemet is the first penicillin precursor. So it don't start with Alexander Fleming. It starts in Kemet, penicillin. Yeah. And the beer is the first tetracycline. Yeah, look up tetracycline. Yeah, it comes from the Kemetic beers. Yeah, so there's no antibiotics in the world without that beer and that bread that y'all try to reduce down to beer and bread. Oh, they was figuring out. See, once we replace beer and bread with penicillin and tetracycline or antibiotics, conversation sounds different. Oh, so they divide math. They created math problems to figure out how to divide medicines and all that. Like, no, that's not what that is. Of course not. They didn't. No, they was dividing beer and bread. Whoa. I thought you said the beer had penicillin in it. And the bread had tetracycline. I mean, the beer had tetracycline in it, and the bread had penicillin in it. So they clearly devised the earliest systems of how to divide medicines, while not only creating the medicines, but also how to divide it and break it down. Yeah, that's why the RX symbol comes from the Eye of Heru. Because the pharmacy and the pharmakia, the knowledge of how to use plants and extracts of plants for medicine also comes from here. And so does the fractions that goes along with it, right? Another conversation. We'll have that another time. You know, we had a whole book series on the Ebers Papyrus. Get those books. We'll get. That's another conversation. Anyway, back to our scoreboard. All right, back to our scoreboard. Right. Over here. You got 13 books. Over here, you have 84 problems, right? 84 cases, right? Or problems. Okay. They invented case studies. Case studies was invented in Kemet. The medical papyri, the math papyri are written on a case-by-case basis. They don't give you like 2 + 2 is this. They give you like, like two folks are arguing because they're trying to figure out this and that and the other. Like they give you real life type of case studies. Right? So this is the structure. Right? So we got purpose, we got structure, and then we got where they really insult your people. This is where they really insult your people. Right? So here, is where they go, oh, they say, oh, they didn't even figure out answers or none of that. So how could they have been teaching you anything if they didn't give you the answers? No. Over here is where they provided, we're going to call it the formalized modern proof. The formalized modern proof is over here. They didn't prove it. They didn't give you no exact numbers. So yeah, you definitely can't credit the Rhine Papyrus or Kemet because they didn't come up with the proofs. In Greece is where they came up with the formal modern proof. The formal modern proof. All right. Now here again, I'm just gonna write it down. Beer and bread. Right? And don't we still say that? Yo, I'm trying to get this bread. Yo, I'm trying to get this bread. We still see, you don't realize when genetic memory is popping up out you. Yeah, I'm trying to get this bread. Your ancestors was, you don't even understand. That's blueprint right there. Right? So here, it's abstract numbers. Right? Here is real units. Right? So in the Greek teaching, abstract numbers. In the Kemetic teaching, the numbers are always attached to something real. The numbers are always attached to something real, whether it's beer, whether it's bread, whether it's a plot of land, whether it's a bowl, cup, bucket, whatever. It's always something real. Something real. See, in Kemet, it was very important to always establish a bridge. One-dimensional, two-dimensional, three-dimensional. It's always important to bring the thoughts into the real world. It's always a practice of training you how to think, to manifest things. But again, the idea was not to promote the Kemetic processes or papers or whatever. It was to use what was there to denigrate the people who created it and devalue the intellectual property. So you would not pull a Scooby-Doo. So you would not be any of those nosy kids that snoop around. They don't want you sniffing around. Yeah, they don't want you sniffing around. They don't want you to use that FND, right, to start sniffing around. Yeah, they don't want you to use that FND. Just in case y'all don't know, FND is the word fine, like fine. That was the word for nose. So they don't want you to use that nose and sniff around. They don't want you to use that FND to sniff around, right? So this is our scoreboard. Now we talked about how the wording, the packaging is used to create a divine essence around the math and the logic coming out of Greece, and how the exact opposite is happening in Kemet. Because we want to add value to the intellectual property that we can claim while at the same time, we want to decrease the value of what we stole or what we cannot claim out in public, right? We want to add value to what we got, what we could flash, right? Yeah, yo, my watch cost $10 million, bro. No, that's a fake, bro. That's a knockoff. That ain't even a knockoff, bro. That's less than a knockoff. You got the bootleg of the bootleg. You got that from your man around the corner for the 50 ball. Like that's, yeah. Those ain't Rolex diamonds. What the, you done to that, right? That's what I'm looking like when I see the Greek thing. Those ain't Rolex diamonds. What the you done? Those ain't comedic rhymings. What the you done to that? Right? Okay. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at let's put apples to apples. Let's put apples to apples. Let's do this. Now, if you've seen yesterday's live, when we did our case study on Adrian Brown and all that, mind you, this is all the same book. All of this stuff is in this same book. All of this stuff that we're talking about is in the same book. Like, well, when is the book coming out? It's coming out soon. Don't worry about it. It's all in the same book. So let's go problem 51, right, from the rhyme papyrus, and we're going to compare that to proposition 41 in Euclid's Elements, right? So in Euclid's Elements, book 1, proposition 41, there's a very similar problem, right, for figuring out the area of a triangle, right? So figuring out the area of a triangle, right? So we're going to compare apples to apples. Now, in the rhyme papyrus, right, the idea is you need to find the area of a triangle with a base of 4 ket and a side and a height of 10 ket. Right? So the scribe basically takes half of the base and multiplies it by the height and gets 20. Right? Half the base times the height. You get 20. Why? Because base times height is how you would figure out what? A square. The area of a square. Right? Now look at that. If we put a triangle inside a square, what do we automatically see? What do we automatically see in our mind? Look, if I add a little belt to it, what I got? A Masonic apron. Okay. All right. Erase that from your mind. Just forget about that for now. Right? So the reason it's half of the base times the height is because you're dividing the square, right? The base from the square by 2. The height is the same of the triangle and the square, so you don't have to divide that. But you do need to divide the base, right? Because here you have this, but you have exactly the same amount of the triangle, 2 halves of the triangle out, right? So that's why you're going to use that. Now, over here, Euclid is going to do something totally different, right? Euclid is going to say that if a parallelogram has the same base with a triangle and is the same in the parallels, the parallelogram is double of the triangle. They're talking about the square. See, the language ain't even anyway. So it's going to be using, now this is very important to understand. Euclid uses previously proven propositions about triangles in order to formulate the theorems. So Euclid is going to approach this, instead of giving you the exact math, it's going to be talking about the shape, the relationship of parallels, level, triangle to square, eventually to circle, etc. Right? So when you get that, you have to ask the question. When you get that from a scholar, you have to ask the question, well, if Euclid is writing about previously proven relationships between shapes, where is that information located? Because see, in the Kemetic scholarship, they tell you, oh yeah, now we got this from, a few generations back. Yeah, such and such had wrote this and we just copying it over. Where is the part in the Greek writing where they say that? They don't. Because I honestly don't believe that they thought anybody was stupid enough to read that and think that he made it up. If he's saying in the writing, he's giving you a theorem on previously proven relationships between different shapes, which means this is the proof. Here's the receipts to the proof. What you have later is a repackaging, because remember, they inherited the books, but they didn't understand what they had, which is the purpose of Rosetta Stone. The Rosetta Stone purpose is to translate the Kemetic into the Greek. Euclid's book, Euclid wasn't creating anything. Euclid's book is a mathematical Rosetta Stone to translate the Kemetic into the Greek. See, what they're trying to do is use a translation and say this is the original. If you don't know the original, what's inside the original, the purpose of the original, you can't fight the claim. You got to accept it, hook, line, and sinker. So even in today's modern health situation, when we see Trump and we see RFK, you don't see yourself in that movement. You just see yourself as a black woman or a black man, and you see Trump and RFK as white folks, so you just go and vote against whatever they got going on, even if it's your thing that they're trying to put together. No, they like, no, we're going to put this, yeah. And they not even laying claim to it, saying this is ours or this is whose. They don't even care. They're just saying, look, we got to a national crisis, and here's the solution. Bam. It's up to you to see yourself in that number. Be like, ooh, what? Y'all got that? Y'all put that? Y'all did what with that? That's crazy. Yeah, I'm with this. I'm rocking. I'm with RFK. We done went to the pyramids and the pap ride to figure out modern health solution. What? How can I not be a part of this? How could I die and not have been a part of this movement? Like people during Martin Luther King time and you know, eras like that. Everybody that was down with Martin Luther King, they didn't understand what they was doing, but they understood that it was so important that they could not allow themselves to be left out of the movement for the future stories to be told. Because your kids or your kids, they're going to want to know, like, well, wait a minute. Yeah, like you probably asked your parents or your grandparents, like, so you was around in the 60s and 70s? What was you doing? Yeah, when they was out there for Medgar Evers and whatever, where was you at? Was you in the field or you was in the house? Where you was at? Come on now. You know, some folks, they got to put their head down. They wasn't out there in the field. They wasn't out there writing their names and their they wasn't writing their name in history. They were like that. Well, you know, at the time I had to, you know, because so, you know, at the time we was, you know, and what was oh, got it. So summer 2026, when there was literally 1,000 social media platforms, a zillion of them, you was watching DJ Academics every day. You was watching DJ Academics talk about Desiree and lawsuits that ain't got nothing to do with you. You was watching that. Or you was watching Kai Sanat, a man in his 20s, pretend to be Rakai, a kid, as a teenager. You was watching that. Oh, I got it. You wasn't a part of that thing. That what's that guy with the gold teeth? What's his name with the gold teeth? Yeah, you wasn't part of that. See, we go right to the text. Right? When you go to book 1, proposition 41, it tells you in the books that they're laying out a theorem proving the relationship of previously established shapes one to another. All you got to do is ask the right question. Well, where is that information? Euclid is putting his formalized proofs together. Cool. But where is it established the previous relationship between those shapes? Where is that done at? Which is why it's done the same way. The rhyme papyrus is laid out. Problem 51, problem 47. You know, it goes one is 84 problems. So it's problem 1, problem 84, problem 11, problem whatever. So Euclid even laid his joint out the same way. This is important. Right? This is important because then you have to get into the next thing, which is, what do they mean? What do they mean by FMP? Now, mind you, what we just did right there, you could do that with all of everything from Greece and go back to the original formulas and problems are going to be in chemical or in the papyri. Particularly the volumes, because volumes is the geometry, right? A cube has a very specific volume. In order to understand the volume of a cube, you have to get the measurements. Once you can calculate the measurements, you can calculate the volume. Once you can calculate the volume, you can find out what the mass and the energy is, right? For E equals MC squared, right? That's all that is. You're looking at further refinement. You're not looking at creativity. You're looking at refinement. The creativity is with the Rhine Pappers. With the Greeks, they just came with a version that, oh, okay, yeah. Albert Einstein, a version, oh, yeah. But it's volume metrics. Volume metrics, right? E MC squared, right? It is energy per X. Energy per X. E equals MC squared is basically energy per X in a given three-dimensional shape. The three-dimensional shape is the matter. The per X is the mass, the density of the energy. Only thing is they don't say energy. You don't have that in Kemet. You have the Neteru. Or the Neteru, or the Netters. Netters is like Ebonic slang. It's Neteru, right? Or Neteru, right? So they're not going to use that. This is where the gods are, because these are the unseen causes of matter and flesh and everything that we can see and touch. The unseen causes, modern science calls that energy. Your ancestors called that the Netchers. Your ancestors in the middle space, they called that spiritual spirits and, other language to describe the unseen causes. So the purpose of the Rhine Papyrus is to find the unseen volumes, the hidden volumes, right? The hidden volumes, right? So that's why the oracles speak in volumes. The oracle speaks in volumes. What do we have? Volumes in terms of shape, and we got volume in terms of sound. Turn up the volume. But what else do we have? The spirit code, volume 1, volume 2, volume 3. So we have to get into this concept, which is crazy. And those of you that have been around with me long enough know we went through this window. We went through this debate. And it got really crazy around, again, the late 1800s, early 1900s. The late 1800s, early 1900s, people was fed up with like some of these floating concepts that was out there, and you had a debate begin in the science community that's still going on. The theoretical versus actual. Theoretical versus actual. Which is why somewhere along the line, somebody came up with a compromise, and you had this idea of theoretical physics to distinguish it from physics, because the root of physics is physicality. So if you don't actually have an object, right? What are we talking about? It's not physical, right? You have to have a thing for it to be physics, physicality, physics, right? Which is why when quantum mechanics comes along, everything has to be resolved once again, because now there's proof that the unseen is actually creating the seen. We know that the atom is not the smallest unit anymore. It's the smallest unit of physical matter. The atom is the smallest unit of physics. But something is smaller than atoms that makes up atoms. Only thing is, it's not physical. So you have to come up with new laws to define the behavior of these non-physical things and how these non-physical things organize themselves, self-organization, to create physical things, self-creation. Self-organization, self-creation. There's no self-organization without information. You can argue purpose if you want. You can't argue that information is required for self-organization. Literally, organization is information-based. So there's no creation outside of intelligent design. Debating whether intelligent design is real is stupid. All right, quantum mechanics is a thing. That's the smoking gun to that whole conversation, right? Anyway, the FMP, the formalized modern proof. So, what did the Greeks inherit besides the books that they did not understand? Come on. What did the Greeks inherit besides the books that they did not understand? Think about it. They inherited Kemet. They didn't come into Kemet with their guns out and take Kemet. The Kemetic people came to them as little bro for a favor, and they manipulated. You know, they did their thing, and so they were handed Kemet. Like they strong armed it, they deboed it, they pulled the Suge Knight off. You know what I'm saying? So, what else did they inherit that they didn't understand? Right? What else did they inherit that they didn't understand? Come on, chat. I'm looking. The hieroglyphs. Okay, you cooking. What else though? Something else. The hieroglyphs. They got the hieroglyphs. They inherit the hieroglyphs. What else? Something else. Something else they inherit and they didn't understand. The culture, something else. Come on. What else? It's something else they inherited. They didn't understand. Explanation of nature and the gods, science, language. Old account. You kind of close, but it ain't. Y'all missing it. You see how y'all missing it? And it's right there on the tip of y'all tongue. And some of y'all getting ready to say, "Oh, I was about to say that," but you ain't saying it. Close. Pyramids. The pyramids. Hello. Yeah, they got the pyramids. And they didn't understand the pyramids. See, this is very important. You have to always go, yep, the people that built the pyramids. Because it's very important that you understand this. When they tell you that the Greek people created formalized modern proof, right? It is only the fact that black folks, not even black folks on the bottom end of it. Aubrey. Kylie, did Chase say you going to practice today? Huh? He said no? Yeah. So you kind of do your thing. Watch that thing now. And just know when you open it, it might smell like dead people. You got to know the insult. I want you to understand how they think you stupid. How they think you stupid. Because when you press them, you got to go formalize modern proof. What is that? What does that mean? What is the formalized modern proof? What is the formalized modern proof? Because remember, only math and geometry offer proof. So what is the formalized modern proof that Euclid and the rest of Greece is standing on? Because they standing on this. If you bring up any arguments about Pythagoras or Euclid, any of that, they standing on this. So if you say, oh, the white man stole the information from the black man, automatically you're gonna get slapped around and throw. They're gonna say you like, I'm gonna get you, sucker. They're gonna be like, look, you taking the window or you taking the stairs? Yeah, you taking the window or the stairs? You up out of here, champ. You window or the stairs is what we offer. Because it's emotional rhetoric that's not attached to fact. You got to deal with the facts. You got to have that forensics level approach to it. So you got to get them to define this concept. What does that even mean? What are y'all talking about? What is that? What does that mean? Right? What is that? We got to get to the root of that. Right? They invented the teaching of formal mathematical proof, aka formal modern proof. And Euclid is the master of this. The master of geometry. Okay. Where is we at? No. We there. Facts. Facts, right? They didn't even know the difference between tombs and pyramids, right? So you got to get this concept down. right? Because this is where all the marbles is at. I'm telling you, this is the big money. This is the big money. The formal, modern, or mathematical proof the formal, modern, or mathematical proof. You have to ask them, what does that mean? Oh my goodness. When you find out what that means, it's going to blow up the whole program. It's going to blow up the whole program. When you find out what that means, it's going to blow up the whole program. Here's what it means. I try to give y'all a little suspense, like a little mid-season cliffhanger. Right? Here's what this means. That in Greece, they invented the proof they're going to say that in Greece, specifically, when you ask them, what does this mean? That they came up with the proof of how three-dimensional shapes relate to each other. What? See, right there is where they lost it. You know, in the Minister Society movie, when he interviewing old dog, the police, they interviewing old dog, and they got him in the questioning room, and they like, so when did you get the beer? He like, at 9:40. No, they interviewing Kane. And they're like, when did you get the beer? He like, 9:45. I got the beer 9:45. And then the questioning continues. And they're like, yeah, so you got to have your alibi together. And so when did you get that beer again? Like, no, I got that beer at 11:45. And he say, now see, you know you just effed up right now, don't you? You know you just effed up right now, don't you? This right here. They was cooking. Listen. They would be cooking without the word, without these two letters. 3 dimensions. When you add 3 dimensions in, how, Sway? How could they have invented it? The pyramids is already there. In 3 dimensions. Listen to this. How could, I want y'all to really dig into this, because in the book we use analogy of bacon and cake. How could this lie, and this is a blatant lie, it's crazy. This is such a bad lie that even if I was a Greek person, I would not tell anybody this because it's stupid. It's stupid. Listen, You see this whiteboard, right? When you write, it's two-dimensional. It's flat. It's two-dimensional, right? You could argue one-dimensional, but two-dimensional, right? So you have to ask yourself, wait a minute. How could me writing down words on a paper prove, and we're saying prove, listen now, prove is a very serious thing. It's a high standard to prove something beyond a shadow of doubt. How could something I write on paper prove the relationship of shapes to each other in 3 dimensions? What? What? And it gets stupider. It gets stupider because that's a stupid statement on its own. That something that I write down on a flat piece of paper can prove the relationship of 3-dimensional shapes or shapes in 3 dimensions. That is crazy. But it gets even stupider when you add invent, created. Because when you say they invented it, you got to go, oh, so the relationship of 3-dimensional shapes to one another was not known before the Greeks. That's what you have to. And so, nobody, wait. Yeah, there are pyramids. God damn it. You see, go back to the Scooby-Doo. And we would have got away with it if it wasn't for those crazy kids. Because you have to ask yourself, okay, so are you saying the people that build the pyramids did not understand the relationship of shapes to one another in 3 dimensions? And guess what? Because at this point, you didn't already beat them down so badly. You know, when you get ignorant and belligerent and it don't even matter, and you just like, yeah, that's so what? That's what it is. Like they at that level now. You know, they don't have nothing to stand on. So they just, so that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, oh, wow. Okay. So we at belligerent stage now. Well, because we define the platonic solids. Yeah, no, you didn't. You didn't. Okay. And it's stupid to even think that. It's stupid to even have the discussion. It's a stupid thing to have lasted hundreds of years. It's stupid. But see, money, power, make you agree with things that you don't agree with because you want to get on the side of the bag. You want to get on the side of the bag, period. So this is the power system, and you don't care. You just want to align yourself with that. So you be in power, not stepped on by power, right? So you just want to get in line with the system. Ain't nobody bigger than the system. That's right. But where is the system and what is the system? And who's the nobody that's not bigger than it? Because it's only really God's system. And that's the system nobody is bigger than. But you got a lot of demons that are trying to make you believe otherwise. No, it's only one system. It's God's system, and nobody's bigger than that system. How do we know it for sure? Because we have the math. Yeah, because we have the math. That's why the Bible is a math book. That's why the Quran is a math book, because they are offshoots of Kemet. And Kemet is the place that gave the world math. for a reason. See, we forget that because, first of all, nobody wants to admit that Kemet really gave the world modern math, right? And what they definitely don't want to do, if you wrestle somebody into admitting that, they definitely don't want to admit the why. Why did they have these math systems? How did they develop them? What were they developing these math systems for? To understand God or the gods. That's what they was doing. And they wanted to know how God was inside of things, how gods worked in things. And so when you go through the anatomy is very precise, but it's telling you Necheru and this, that, and the other. So when they talk about the blood vessels and the circulatory system, they're talking about the Netchers talking from the blood vessels to the organs in the body. So they come by and minimize that. Only thing is, modern science came and reproved it and said, no, you have melanopsin and you have a whole variety of pigments that are translating mechanical waves and electromagnetic waves into your biological information. In fact, a lot of diseases is the blockage of that information, the crosstalk between cells, the crosstalk between tissues. Like literally, that's in scientific journals now. But they said your ancestors were stupid because they made that up. And now you don't understand that intellectual property is yours. So you got to ask yourself, does a person that has a recipe for a delicious cake or a person that actually goes into the kitchen with no recipe from memory bakes you a delicious cake, which one of them proved that they know the relationship in 3 dimensions? The person with the recipe written down, did that person prove they know how to make a delicious cake? Or did the person that actually baked cakes prove that they know how to bake cakes? It's crazy. Because nobody has produced pyramids yet. So that means there's no group of people on this planet that has proven that they know the relationship of shapes to one another in 3 dimensions better than them folks, which is the reason why the Great Pyramid was used as the prime meridian up into the 1800s. It's not that it was in the center of the land. It's not just that it's located precisely in the center of the land mass of Earth, but also all of the measurements of Earth is in that one structure. All of the measurements, the speed of light, this and that, all the measurements is in that. You have today's modern math, pi, phi, this one, the meter, you got all these culminating in one. The reason why all those measurements are there is because the pyramid is the actual proof of understanding how 3-dimensional shapes relate to one another in real time. In real time. See, this is important for you to understand. So you got to walk them through it and allow people to talk themselves out. Be like, oh, okay, so what is the formal mathematical proof? What is that again? Oh, it's the relationship of 3D shapes to one another, or the relationship of shapes to each other in 3 dimensions. What is who? To explain how that goes and explain how the pyramid doesn't do that. And so enter in the savior. Because see, the Pentagon becomes the savior for this conversation, right? From the Greek perspective, from the Roman perspective, the Pentagon becomes the savior. Because when you look at the 5 platonic solids, the first line of defense, tell you the first line of defense, they're going to say, yo, there's no proof that they knew of the 5 platonic solids in Kemet. They're going to slap you upside the head with that quick. Let me just show you how the 5 platonic solids stuff. Because you should be able to slap that out the park with no help from me. You should be able to slap that out the park with no help from me. Watch this. 5 platonic solids. Let's bring this up on the screen here. Okay. And look at this. See, we systematically breaking down every single argument that they will ever present you with. The 5 platonic solids are convex, regular polyhedra where every face is identical, regular polygon, and the same number of faces meet at every vertex. They include the tetrahedron, the cube, the octahedron, dodecahedron, and icosahedron, right? So now, if you don't know no better, right? Hold on, let's find a nice, good picture. Boom. Can we get that big though? Bam. So if you don't know no better, you're going to let them get you. They're going to get you. Because you're going to say, yeah, nah, we built the pyramids. And they're going to go, oh, yeah, but so what? You didn't build no others. They'll give you credit for the tetrahedron. They'll give you this one off the strength of the pyramid. You get that. You might even get that. They might give you these Jones. If you argue them, they might even give you the cube, right? But they're going to say, you ain't had no knowledge of these. Oh, no. Oh, no. There's no evidence or proof from ancient Egypt. They never want to say ancient Egypt. There's no proof that the Kemetic people or the Egyptian people had any knowledge of these shapes because they would have clearly built some structures out of it. And that's a pretty good argument if you're not ready. That's something they could just slap you right upside the head with. And they believe it when they say it, right? But you're going to have to just stop the cap, right? You're going to have to break them down. How did you break them down? You just look at it, right? Look at it. Notice what you see when you look at it. What you see when you look at this? When you look at this, what you see? 5 different shapes, right? When you look at the 5 platonic solids, you see 5 shapes, right? Wrong. Let's look again. It's not 5 shapes. Look again. There's only 3 shapes. There's 3 shapes that make the 5 platonic solids. That's it. There's triangles, right? This is made out of triangles. This is made out of triangles. This is made out of triangles. This is made out of squares. And this is made out of pentagons. So you actually only have 3 shapes. Triangles, squares, and pentagons. And so now you done put their back up against the ropes. And they're going to go, oh, well, obviously we have evidence of them using triangles and squares because the base of the pyramids are square. And then for the triangles they built triangles off the base. So, okay, yeah, but guess what? We don't have any evidence that they had any knowledge of a pentagon in Kemet. And that's where you got to slap their hat off again. Pop! You're like, what are you talking about? We gave y'all the 5-pointed star. Yeah, we gave you the 5-pointed star. Yeah, so 5 points. Yeah, cities all around the country, they got little cities called 5 points. Yeah, those are Masonic. Those are Masonic and stellar at the same time, because a pentagon is the heart of a 5-pointed star. It's important for you to see it that way because that establishes the divinity, why it wasn't used just around. You have the 5-pointed stars, and you have the center, which is a pentagon. That's the heart of the star. And the heart is very important to establish communication between the ancestors and the living, or the quote unquote terrestrial living, because there's no such thing as death in our modern concept. So that's why you communicate through the heart. The mind is based on the heart. Everything is based on the heart, because the heart has that magnetic, it's the piece with the magnetic, right? So no, even the pentagon is represented in Kemet. You don't have that leg to stand on. So when you start looking at all the 5-pointed stars, you see, oh wow, yeah, they definitely knew how to, because everything was precise. And you can't make a precise 5-pointed star without a pentagon in the center. Yeah, because you got to have 5 equally spaced lines or arms shooting off from the center. And in order to have 5 equally spaced arms, you got to have a pentagon in the center. Period. Or you got to take the measurement of all the land mass. So it's not necessarily as a globe, it's the land mass measurement, which creates a question of how did they know the measurement of the land mass? And when you start asking how did they understand all this math to build the pyramid, that's where people go, and that's where they violate your ancestors and go, oh, well, clearly aliens must have built it. Because we definitely not going to say that a group of North Africans was that smart. And technically, it destroys the theory of out of Africa theory. Think about that. The out of Africa theory is also destroyed by the pyramids. Yeah, think about that. The out of Africa theory is destroyed by the pyramids. Because the out of Africa theory is based on the concept that people walking out of Africa couldn't find their way back. Well, in order for explorers to leave and explore and gather information, and then to build a structure out of information, well, that information had to get back. The explorers had to leave and come back. They had to go, take their measurements, study the earth, and come back. And they had to have been studying the earth for a long time to collect all the data points that they needed to incorporate the actual proof of shapes in 3 dimensions by creating shapes in 3 dimensions. That's like proving that you know how to make a delicious cake by actually making a delicious cake. Think about that. You're not proving that you can make a delicious cake because you write down flour, sugar, milk, eggs, put the oven to 350, and then let it sit in the oven for 45 minutes. That because you could write down a recipe or because you're in possession of a recipe does not mean you know how to make a delicious cake. You got to make some cakes. You got to make some cakes. And thus far, nobody has demonstrated they can make more delicious cakes. Period. Because when you look at the pyramids, you see some damage. But the problem with that is 99% of the damage that you see to the pyramids has nothing to do with the pyramids. The damage comes from the Arabs, the looting, the robbing, the stealing. Because the pyramids was made with protective coating because they calculated all these things. And so what you're looking at is the limestone finish has been stolen and this and that. Holes have been blown into it. So now you change the pressure system on the inside, the volume pressure, volumes. All right, once you put a hole in it, So 99% of the damage that the pyramids have suffered is based on looting, not failure of the blueprint, not failure in design, not wear and tear like modern buildings. Modern buildings, if you leave them there and you walk away from them 10, 20, 30 years, they will be done. 50 years, they will collapse. 50 years, a modern building with no maintenance will collapse. These are structures built thousands of years ago that would have almost little to no damage had people not put the damage there themselves. So when you look at this, you got to immediately go, hold up, that's not 5 shapes, that's 5 solids. But those 5 solids are made out of only 3 shapes. All 3 shapes were in use in Kemet for thousands and thousands of years before Egypt even existed. They were using those 3 shapes in Kemet long before Egypt ever even existed. So you have to know the foundation for mathematical precision, for volume, right? You have to know all of these things to be able to debunk this. And what we got? 4 o'clock? Okay, we still got a little bit of time. Right? We still got a little bit of time. So now, if you catch it, you know what I just gave you. Do you know what I just gave you outside of debunking and what you got on the surface level? Right? Let me show you what else I just gave you. And that's the foundation of theoretical sciences versus real ones, right there. Because they inherited a bunch of stuff they didn't understand, so they couldn't redo it. And they couldn't create a proof of ownership of the pyramid. They couldn't create a proof of ownership of the greatest thing that they stole. Right? The greatest thing that they conquered. Conquered is another word for stole. Yeah, stole. We conquered it. We overpowered the people who created it and owned it, and then we made it ours. That's conquered. That's also stealing. We call that stealing. Yeah. In the neighborhood, we might say we got down on them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we got terminology for that. Yeah, they got down on us. The Greeks, they got down on us, but they couldn't prove later to the world that they owned the pyramid. They couldn't prove ownership of the Sphinx because they couldn't prove that they even understood it. So they had to come up with a Jedi mind trick where they could lead you to believe that they got a receipt written down that establishes ownership of the intellectual property. While at the same time, if somebody passes them some tools, here's your working tools. Here goes some working tools. Go ahead. Put one of them things together for me. Yeah. We see what you wrote down in your fancy book there. Now go on ahead and let's go ahead and put one of them things up. Let me see you build one of them. Yeah, put one of them things together. No, you got the formal mathematical. What you said you wrote down on that paper? You know how to, you understand 3-dimensional shapes and all right, have at it. Just put your team together and build me one of these things. Oh, you can't do that. Well, who know how to do that? Because clearly if you don't know how to do that, then those definitely ain't yours. And nothing that you've stolen from inside of those is yours if you can't prove that So they came up with this way to write down some stuff. And basically what they're writing down is what they see. So that's why the rhyme papyrus gives you the actual math and the breakdowns to where you can learn how to think and process it for yourself. because the teacher understands the material versus restating what's already been put in math. Well, if this, then that. Wait, if what? Wait a minute. So you're restating the obvious? Yep, but I'm putting my name on it. And we standing on it. So this is gang, this is early gang stuff here. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, that's okay, got it. See, if they just say this is gang behavior, then it make more sense to people. When they try to hide it as scholarship or law or whatever, it don't make sense. They say, oh no, this is gang behavior. No, this is ours because we said so. Yeah, and see them swords and all that, the modern version. You see all them guns and bombs and all that? Yeah. If you don't agree that this is ours, we getting ready to, like, oh, I'm so confused. I thought you had the math to prove it. No, you had the knife, the swords, and the soldiers to prove this. Oh, this is definitely yours. Yeah, my bad. It's yours. Now, when they pull the swords on these people and establish ownership, guess what? The people do what you would do. They play dumb. All right, well, if that's yours, then you don't need me to tell you how it works. You got that, right? That's yours, right? So you don't need me to tell you how it works. I'm out. So now they got to make up, right? And so here is the real origin between what? Operative and what? Operative and speculative masonry. Speculative. I have the science, the written down stuff. I got some stories. I got some symbols. I got some tools, but I don't actually know how to use them to build anything. I don't know how to use them to build the structure. I don't know how to use them to build society. I don't know how to use them to create harmony. I don't know how to use these tools to make all the parts come together and create emergent properties. Because that's what harmony creates. When you have harmony amongst parts, you get emergent properties, right? An emergent property, that's like modern day magic, scientific magic. Something emerges from putting together the parts that didn't exist in the individual parts. So the sum total is greater because there's an emergent property that presents itself once you get harmony between all the pieces, right? Yeah. Operative and speculative, all right? And there's levels to speculative and operative, right? Because as an operative builder, what are you building? Right? What are you building? Remember, the master builders were also the Sulu, right? That's the master level. The master level is when you understand these principles and you're able to understand the human body. That's the master level. You know what the real temple is. There's one level where you're trying to like build a temple, and that's an external temple made out of rocks or concrete or, you know, the master level. The purpose of studying this is so you can get to the level where you can be here. So when you get to the high level builders were also doctors, which is why you have the use of the term doctor indiscriminately here now, because the modern world is based on the old one from Kemet. but they don't have the keys to make the speculative operative. So you have PhDs that are doctors. Then you have medical folks that are also doctors, right? So every doctor is not a medical person, but they will use that against you if you say, oh, I'm a naturopathic doctor. Oh, wait a minute. Well, in order to be a naturopathic doctor, you have to go get a degree from, wait a minute, that started like 5 minutes ago. Where did you get your warrant to operate? Where's your dispensation? And how were the people who authorized you, how did they get informed? Where did they get their information from? You got to ask certain questions, right? You got to ask certain questions. First medical school here, 1765. That was an export from Europe, right? So where did the quote unquote medical information come from that Europe started the first medical school with? The doctors of naturopathy, the doctors of the naturopath. The naturopath is this. The naturopath is understanding shape and proportion, and how shape and proportion tell you about the energy circulating inside that shape and proportion. Because we don't understand that now, the number one killer in the world, right, is based on us what? Not understanding the energy circulating in our bodies. So RFK comes along and goes back to the Rhine papyrus and gives us a geometry equation to figure this out. Oh, we're going to stop metabolic disease by figuring out this geometry. Circumference, your waist size, right? We're going to put that side by side with your height, and we're going to figure out, wait a minute, didn't we just do the math right there? Didn't we just do the base times the height? Didn't we just do that? Because you got to figure out the energy problem. See, all this time, they've been denying energy. They've been denying spirituality. They've been denying the unseen. But now we have quantum mechanics. We know for a fact it's real. And we know for a fact that is the root of diabetes. That is the root of cancer. That is the root of let me say metabolic cancer. So we be specific. We know that energy, metabolism is at the root of diabetes, obesity, metabolic cancer, and a lot of your autoimmune diseases. Autoimmune diseases are like partially genetic and then partially energy-based, right? And when I say energy-based, I'm talking about how your body processes, metabolizes, and utilizes and stores energy, right? This is why the number one and number two killer is what? Heart disease and brain disease. What does the heart and the brain have in common? The heart and the brain are the locations of the most mitochondria in your body. So the most energy is being digested, metabolized, stored, cycled through those places. And because we don't understand how energy is moving through those places, how to maximize the efficiency of energy moving through those places are wearing out. And when the heart wears out, I mean, we know what that looked like. But again, this was at the heart of Kemetic science. This was at the heart of Kemetic science, right? So Kemetic science, Kemetic theology centers around what? The heart. So you have the measuring, right? Or the weighing of the heart ceremony. See, here's the thing. This is where metal nature comes in, is important. It's not important to have arbitrary, stupid debates. It's important to translate documents. That's all that you need to be doing with the metal nature, is translating documents. These goofballs is not translating documents. They looking up random stuff on walls and all that, like stupid. Like, who can use that? What are we going to use that for? It's stupid. No, translate these documents. So that way we know that the weighing of the heart ceremony, when you translate it, it also could be the measurement of the mind. It can also be measuring the mind. Because that is a whole nother conversation, measuring the mind. Or even measuring the heart. Just even if we want to reduce it, measuring the heart is crazy. Weighing the heart is a measurement. So we're taking a measurement of the heart. Crazy. But that exposes something else. Because they will also say that leverage or using levers was something else invented in Greece. And you have to ask them, how is that possible? How is that possible? When we have the weighing of the heart ceremony in Kemet, how could they have invented the lever when we have a lever scale already? We already have a lever scale thousands of years before they have the first lever. When they show you the big ball with the stick on it and be like, yeah, so the Greeks was inventing the idea of leverage, the foundation of all modern machines. It comes from the Greek philosophers and they were inventing leverage. You gotta go, wait a minute, hold up. What year was that? Okay, so they had a stick and a ball, and they came up with levers, and so that's how they started to understand and leverage. And so, how long from inventing that lever did they invent the lever scale? Because a lever scale is a much more complicated system of levers, right? So we got the lever scale is at the center of the weighing of the heart ceremony. We overlooked that, right? The triple beam dream. Right? When we think about that, like Biggie said, the triple beam dream, 1,000 grams of uncut to the gut, right? We don't even know if some of this is genetic memory. The triple beam dream, the original triple beam dream has nothing to do with kilos and cocaine. The original triple beam dream is the weighing of the heart ceremony. Yeah. And biochemistry. Right? How did you prepare the body? How did you prepare the heart? How is mummification? You have to understand bacteria, microorganisms. You have to understand how to kill them, how to stop them, how to dehydrate the body, with use of chemistry. It's all chemistry. It's all chemistry. So how you invented chemistry? You ain't invent nothing. I can walk you down, hawk you down. Walk you down and hawk you down, right? Because the numbers are still there, the math is still there, the measurements are still there. You just don't know where to look. You gotta know where to look. No, y'all ain't invent levers. But we had lever scales. That's what the heart read. And so you got to know, we understood levers for thousands of years, or at least hundreds of years before the very first ever story of the weighing of the heart ceremony. Because it takes time for you to be able to, just from scratch, turn a lever, leverage a stick on a rock. Before you could turn that into like a full-blown scale system, take time to develop that. So the fact that we got the full-blown scale thousands of years before y'all got a rock and a stick, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Then your mind could be further blown when you find out that your body is a system of lever scales with an electric heart in it to electrify the scales and bring it to life. Whole nother conversation. But that's not new for the people that have been around for a minute, because it's in all these books already. Nothing I'm saying is not already in my books. Because see, people come to my channel to steal the jewels. Yeah, they come here to steal. So I got to make sure before I say anything, it's already published. So go on and promote me to your audience. So when I pop up and argue with you, I'm going to sound too much like right. Because you didn't already got your audience acclimated to my teachings by stealing my information, secretly running over there with it. Right? Man, peace to the family. We gotta make sure we get the roll call on the check-in and all that. Yeah, Texas in the building and all that. Absolutely. Yeah. I make sure that's the Kemetic way. You gotta give the reference. Like, hold up, the information didn't come from me, it came through me, And we give Jehudi props, we gotta make sure we give his wife some props, right? That's why if you look closely at this book, or you can see it better on the side. You see what that says? What does it say right there? Sishat's Book of Trigonometry. It says Sishat's Book of Trigonometry, right? Because we got to make sure we give props to Jehudi when we're talking about sound and mechanical waves. But when we start talking about the numbers and the math and the rhythm and all that, we got to pull the ladies out. Yeah, we got to pull out Ma'at, Sishat, Hathor. We got to pull out the ladies. We got to pull out the ladies. All the ladies. How Beyonce's with Beyonce. The ladies at the house. Yeah. Right. Now that that's all cleared up. Here's what you want to do. If you want the smoking gun. Because I think what we do earlier, problem 41. Did we go through problem 41 earlier? But you might be able, you know what? If you go through them yourself, you might find something different, right? You might think problem 41 or 42 is closer, but for me, it's problem 50. Problem 50. And trust me, this is why the Bible and the Quran is all in the same book. Because all of this information, you need this to understand the Quran. If you don't know what I've been talking about with y'all for the last 4 hours, you cannot understand the Quran. All of the Muslims, they can't understand the Quran because you don't know this. You could just ask a Muslim a question, a very simple question. You don't need 360 of them either. All you need is one question to ask them. In the Quran, when Muhammad says, or Allah says, or Muhammad says, Allah says, however you want to phrase it, whatever you're comfortable with, right? Because we want to be respectful. This is why you have to use the spirit code as a Christian. You have to get these books and use the spirit code as a Muslim. The Church of Winning Never Christ is not in opposition to Islam or Christianity or being an Israelite or being a Jewish person or whatever. It is a system of truth to help you unfold what you actually got so you can understand it and you're not walking around crazy. Because you got a document that's supposed to teach how to live. How you got a document that teach how to live, but it don't teach you how to be healthy? Ask the imam that. Like, how you got a document to teach how to live, but it don't teach how to avoid diabetes? How you document God? You telling me your God didn't plan for diabetes? He ain't give you nothing. You ain't got nothing in that book to help me fight obesity. Huh? And what they're going to point out, they're going to go, of course we do. It is shirk. It is haram to eat in excess. And then the Muslims be like, whoo, man, close call. He almost had us. Close call. He almost had us. And you got to say, ho. Not so fast, champ. Where you going? We just got opposite. Where you going? That was a good comeback. Not to eat in excess. Great. What defines excess? And see, you got them again, and they can't recover. You got them again, and they can't recover. What defines excess? In the Quran, where is the limit? What is excess eating? Is it 4 meals a day? Right? Is we only supposed to eat 3 meals a day? And so 4 meals a day is excess? Or is it like an amount driven? Like, are we only supposed to have 3 chicken pieces and 4 vegetables? And if you have 5 vegetables, do you only get to have a little bit of cake? Or is what? How much cake is too much? What defines excess? There's no clear surface level answer. Do you know why? Because the book is a math book. And the book is based on divine proportion. Divine proportion comes from the Rhine papyrus. Divine proportion comes from the Rhine papyrus. It comes from these very problems here. Problem 50, problem 41, problem 42. It comes from figuring out, listen, the relationship of shapes to one another in 3 dimensions. We live in 3-dimensional reality. Hello, your body is made up of shapes. In order to understand how the energy moves through your body, you have to understand the relationship of all these shapes. And you have to understand that proportion that works best. What is the proportion of the design? There's a blueprint to the human body. That blueprint has divine proportion, specific math relationships. That's going to tell us the story. That is why there's so much math all throughout the Quran. It's divine proportion. You have to understand that you translate math into music and geometry equally. Math is music. Music is math. Music is math that you can hear and feel. Geometry is math that you can see and touch. It's the same thing. So you got to understand where the divine proportion comes from, which is the reason why it is the new standard of health in America. They have restored divine proportion from Kemet. The relationship of the circumference to the height. The relationship of the circumference to the height to tell me what is the right proportions for function and longevity. So when the Quran is talking about eating in excess, the excess is what? What does excess mean? Now we're talking about a relationship between what? Work and eating. What is work? Work is the function Work is the function of the shapes in 3 dimensions. That's the function, the purpose of the shapes. So you eat for this. You eat for your function. What is it that you do every day? What is it you do every day? That's how you're supposed to eat. See, that's in the Bible, plain and simple. But you got the Bible twisted too, right? You got the scriptures all twisted. You don't know this because you don't know what you're looking at. Where's that in the Bible? That ain't in the Bible. Yes, it is. It says that Adam and Eve, when they leave the garden, they got to do what? They got to eat by the sweat of their brow. Well, how you work up a sweat? I mean, ain't the saying work up a sweat? Hello. So what you eat is supposed to match how you work every day. Remember, the concept of exercise and gyms and all that is something we made up. As technology allowed us to leverage, back to leverage again. As technology allowed us to leverage to not work that much, we want to eat now like we want to eat in a way that doesn't match what we do every day. So now we have to create synthetic work environment. So we can go to the gym and do synthetic work, or we can just do some calisthenics because we no longer have to chase down anything to eat, right? We don't have to chase down something and kill it to eat it. We could just go grab it from the supermarket. And then some of y'all like, but hold up, we vegans, we never had to chase anything either. But you had to run from stuff chasing you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You had to run from stuff chasing you. So when you out there grabbing, you grabbing, you still had to get on up out of there. Yeah, you still might have had to get on up out of there. Or, you know what I mean? Be tough enough to take him down. Whoever, whatever the predator is. Right? So, and tilling the ground and being a husband, right? Practicing husbandry has always been work, right? So while she working, ladies working over here, you working over there, now you come together. At the end of the day, the family come together, boom, and we eat. They go, no, that's not that. In the Bible, that was a punishment because they was getting kicked out the garden. How could work be a punishment if you was designed to work? Work is not a punishment. You was designed to work. So how could work be a punishment? If you designed to work, how could work be a punishment? That's not a punishment. You got that context from the early church fathers when they was remixing and editing and all that. Yeah, you got that context. But work is not a punishment. Work is a privilege. And if you're confused about that, ask somebody that cannot work. Ask somebody that's incapable of working at any level. Maybe they can't get a job in their field, or maybe they have a physical injury that's preventing their body. They can't work. Ask a person that's not capable of working how much of a blessing it is to be able to work. How do you think you actually manifest thoughts in 3 dimensions? The sweat of your brow. Don't eat in excess. All those things relate to divine proportion. And we're going back to that, right? So you need to exercise this amount per week. You need to, and look, it's very specific, just like the Bible says. In order for you to be healthy, you need to exercise and walk this amount per week if you're going to be eating this amount of calories per week. So if you exercise or work this much, if you do this much physical labor per week, and you eat this amount of food per week, you'll be healthy. If you exercise this amount, but you don't eat enough, you're going to fall into malnutrition problems. If you exercise this amount and you eat too much, you're going to fall into obesity problems. If you eat this much and you don't exercise enough, you're going to fall into diabetes, insulin resistance, metabolic cancer, heart disease. Oh, wait a minute. But heart disease that's end of the game. That's end of the game. In Kemet, heart, the way into the heart. How you tearing up your heart? What? That's end of the game. The New Testament tell you God judging you by your heart. That's end of the game. How you out here tearing that up? How you a Christian tearing that up? How you a Christian and you smoking cigarettes and you good? Because I can, okay. Because, huh? Is that in alignment with that book? What that book saying? Oh no, it's judging my heart, but not like my physical heart. No, it's just my intentions and my morality is okay. Great. I don't agree, but great. So you telling me you destroying God's temple is in alignment with the moral code? Because also Corinthians has something to say about that. Corinthians might disagree, right inside that same book.
But it'll sound better on 30 bucks. But it'll sound better.
See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am?
But it'll sound better. It'll sound better. It'll sound better.
See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am to fit in your space? That don't even make no sense.
God is music. I hope you hear him. This is his academy. Earth is the booth, sun called the session. Flesh is the record, spirit the impression. Matter the current, current to light. Light back the spirit, conduct your life. God is music, flesh is the record. Wave hit the matter, now the whole thing electric. 27 sections, every member connected. Hold fast to the cycle, no enemy prevailing. Matter the current.